What's the name that I'm looking for here? Let's go through Mario Mix. Yeah, that sounds good. Alright, let's get the old testing started. So, before I started streaming, put together some shit. Basicness, pretty much. Is emit, find out follows, and see if they were followed in the last time I checked the interval of. And if they were made in the last interval period, then say, hey, that's a new follow and admit that. But I also wanted to be able to do that because I don't get that many followers. So we're actually going to test right here. Every 20 seconds we're going to send one. So this is just for me. This will give us the socket. And we'll I need like a follower object. Huh. Who's a user that I give a shit about? Yeah, we'll use Apache. This is exactly what what we're looking for here. I should probably also broadcast this. People will get. So we'll do that. Alright, cool. I think this is a little bit too intense for what I'm doing right now. Is this beach music? Why not? Alright. So do follow. And then, it's weird though, because it's going to come back as an object. Just send follow. Yeah. Here we want to do, alright, where's my name? Alright, this is going to be our easy object. Alright, so we're gonna have a test follow. Created that. Apache doesn't have notifications on because he doesn't want to know when I'm live. User object is a user object. I didn't refresh this shit yet, did I? So it only has create at notifications for that. Alright. Next is the user part. Just mocking up one object here. So I can emit this to test. Alright, so we already did created at notifications. The user object has bio, which we could set to null. Ain't no buying. And now my motherboard is done for. My question is, do I kill him quick or make it slow and painful? I believe the real crisis here is that you bought a Ryzen and a new motherboard to overclock RuneScape, which is like buying a shotgun to kill a fly. You realize this. This is karma. I told you not to go and buy one. But no, don't listen to Lanzo. And inside your own ignorance, you had to lay upon a friend to help you install the damn thing. And then that's when tragedy struck. Yeah, dude, I have no idea. Maybe you can contact like the motherboard, what's your motherboard manufacturer, and be like, hey, my motherboard got bricked. Warranty? Is that a thing for motherboards? I don't know. I've never really had a motherboard crap out on me that definitely wasn't my fault. You know, so I don't know. Maybe you could just be like, yeah, is this still under warranty? Can I get something back for it? I don't know. Otherwise, I have no idea how to fix it, because I feel like if you fucked up in a BIOS install, it's pretty fucked up at that point. You need to be able to like reinstall BIOS onto it somehow. Dunno. And display name. The porridge otter. That sounds good. Display name, logo, null. Usually that's a URL to an image, but we're not going to touch that. Name. Display name. This is like the porridge eater. The display name usually has capitalization. The names usually do not. So that's not going to have any capitalization. Name, type, user, updated at. Doesn't really matter. And then ID. The ID is going to be 123 123 123 123 because it doesn't really matter what the ID is. All right. Wait, did I just kill my? No, I didn't. All right, so here's my test follow, and so every 20 seconds I want to send this test follow. Ryzen gives me more frames, so I calculated 5% more damage. This 5% damage boost at QBD leads to 7 more kills. These 7 kills lead to an average of 2 mil more an hour. Who fucking cares? It's gold in RuneScape, dude. Can't you just buy that? Isn't RuneScape gold like 10 billion per 10 cents Canadian? So couldn't you theoretically be like a quadrillionaire with like $10? At that point, is it really even worth it? You know what I'm saying, man? At what point is it even worth it? Also, another thing that I did off stream was implement logging in. So it goes and redirects through Twitch, and then it actually signs me in at Twitch, and then it says, "Oh, okay, you're logged in. Time to redirect you to localhost." But localhost obviously doesn't work because it's running on a port, and it's also /redirect, so it throws there, and then it actually logs me in, which basically does all it really does is store the OAuth token for that specific user. And right now, like, the only person that's signed in is me, so I only have the only people I have. The only reason I need that is so I can make one request in order to get the. The other reason is to get the one request to get my channel ID, and with the channel ID, I can go get channel follows because it requires the channel ID. I'm pretty sure you can't just go and get the channel ID. I'm not sure if that's 100% public information. I couldn't find it through the API where I could just be like, "Here's a user with this name. Can I have his ID?" I'm not sure there's an API endpoint for that kind of thing. Wow, microtransactions. The streamer has lost his core values. I'm not talking about microtransactions. I'm talking about paying hard-working gold farmers, okay? The backbone of all MMOs, okay? The lifeblood of the MMO economy. Those people sit in front of computers in China all day farming that gold for you to purchase. To deny them payment? What kind of values is that? You saying you hate freedom? Saying you hate the free market? Nuh-uh. This is your fallback to throw me on a loop. Is it multi-threaded? Wait, is this all in the... No. What function is this in? Oh, okay, I guess it has to be in there. How do you make it multi-threaded? You just do threads plus plus. Then you add another thread. Easy peasy lemon squeezy, am I right? So, that's how you get it. Alright, now I'm tossing some test follows in here. So now I'm getting my test follow here on the front end. Every 20 seconds, it's going to send me that the porridge otter is followed. You hate pay to win? What does getting gold in RuneScape make you win anything? You justified spending $1,000 to upgrade your CPU so you could get more money in RuneScape. So didn't you technically already pay to win? What? So, take that. Stick that in your juice box. Alright. Yeah, but for reals though, no one likes playing a game where it's someone who just paid more money ends up winning or some shit like that just because like they got better cards. Which wouldn't be that big of a deal for a game like Hearthstone where you could just grind out the cards, but like by the time you're finished grinding out the fucking cards, new cards are out. And there's 80 of the damn things. Frustrating. And then it's also, you're not just grinding for points to buy the card packs. The card packs are also random. So, whatever. Setup is fine. Paying for actual gold is AIDS. Sure. But what about the gold farmers? They have families. Who are you to deny them that? This section needs to be indented in one. Alright. Alright, the real question is now what do we do? I think what I need to do is... Wait, can I just zoom out here? Is it still like the same? I honestly can't tell with the zoom factor. If I had an orangutan, what would I name it? Ting. Ting the orangutan. Probably. I don't know. Remember that drink called Ting? Which was like an orange soda? Tang. It's Tang. Tang the orangutan. That's what I was thinking. I thought Ting, but it's really Tang. Yeah, Tang orange drink. Hell yeah. Because he's orange because orangutans are orange. So this, you'd be Tang the orangutan. You'd be like, yo, what up, Tang? And you'd be like, hoo, hoo. And you'd be like, alright, man, you keep doing you. Alright, so the reason why we went through all this bullshit is to get follows. And when I get a follow, I want to notify it on stream with some fancy graphics and shit. Fancy graphics, you say? What kind of fancy graphics? Well, I'm going to make it full screen. It's Tang. Yeah, it is Tang. Yeah, you're right. Alright, so, first of all, we have our follow here. And then we want, here's our view for, is this on layout? Get notification? Alright. So, on follow, how'd I do it? This. Oh, Lord. So, for this shit, I have a queue, of course. So, we're going to do kind of the same thing up here. Here, queue. Do you know a good way to cut watermelon slices? Shit. Just buy a watermelon slicer. You just put it at the top and shove it down. Cuts them all perfectly. Alright, so queue is an empty array. That's what we want to start off with. And then as we get follows, we want to push them into the queue. And so really what that is it's just type and data. Alright? So what we're going to do here is we're going to do queue.push type follow data. So this way, it's going to, every time I get a follow, it's going to push it into the queue, right up here. Okay? And then down here we're going to do Q interval. Isn't that what I called it up here? I just kind of set it as for 10 seconds, which is fine. What we're going to do is this guy. And then for right now, I don't have cheers, subs, or resubs because I am pleb stream. So we're just going to case for follow. Case follow. And then notification. And we call this sub notification. We'll just call this notify. And we'll have a function notify. Wait, this is outside the, yeah, it's outside the fuck. I can put that out there. I don't need anything access out here. I can stick this outside the main event listener here. So this code only runs when the DOM actually exists. We don't need the DOM to exist, nor do we need really anything out of the DOM. So we can put this function down here outside like the main event listener for the DOM being loaded. So here we have the notification. And we're getting that data in. And so at this point, let's just do something simple like, how did I do it up here? I did var notification. Then, all right. So up here, we're gonna say notification. We're just gonna leave it at that. Then in here, once the DOM content is loaded, once we actually have DOM, we're going to set notification equals document element by ID notification. So this will get us that empty div, which is what we're basically going to be playing with the whole time, right? And so what we're going to do is notification, because this will definitely be declared by then. Right up here, it's just undefined, but we actually make it defined right here by telling it it's this element. And by the time that this thing happens, because there's no way that this code is going to run before this notification variable will be defined in here. So we're going to do .inner HTML equals notification.data.user. Actually, we're going to call it text content. .user.name .display name .display underscore name. Yeah. So this way, it's just gonna make the notification content inside say the name, pretty much every 10 seconds. So there's that. What? Excuse me? Shouldn't this toss that in there? We'll see in the next 20 seconds. This might have came in. Oh yeah, there it is. Wait, am I blind? As soon as it comes, it's supposed to show up in the top left. What shampoo do I use, and where do you get it? I get all my stuff from Stop and Shop, which is a grocery market. I pick it up whenever it's convenient. And I'm not really married to any brand, but Head & Shoulders is pretty sweet. And there it is, the porridge otter. The event came through, and then it shows it right there. And that's what we're working with at the moment, which is good. Alright, now what to do with this thing. Alright, so what we want to have happen is that we want this notification to be the entirety of my screen. I want my whole screen to change colors and shit. So in order to do that, the width and height of the damn thing needs to be 1920 by 1080. So it needs to be 1080p. So here in styles, the lianzolini.css, we're gonna make notification width I'm feeling like I'm kind of split what I want to do here, because at one point I want to make this super nuts. And the other point, like, you don't want to make it too nuts because otherwise it gets old pretty quick. Get what I'm saying? But I'm thinking like a 3 second long thing. Kind of a notification. 3 second sound clip. And 3 seconds of the screen kind of doing shit. So I'm gonna do that. We should also make a body element for this thing. There. Notification body equals document.create element. Div. And then we'll do notification body dot class list dot add notification dash body. So this will give it that class which I can scoop styles off of, which is great. And then we're gonna turn on the AC because it's a little hot. There we go. Man, you got me thinking about watermelon now. I'm a fan of watermelon, but I'm allergic. Such is life. It is great tragedy. Alright. So we set that class on the notification body. Then we also need to append it. So we say notification dot append child notification body. See? Yes, see? Oh. Did I just go offline? Is it all fucked? Or is my dashboard lying to me? I think my dashboard is lying to me. Must have dipped off for like half a second there. Yeah. It did dip off for like half a second. Yeah. For some reason my OBS is chugging at the moment, so no idea why. It's probably my internet being a piece of shit. Fucking Comcast. I swear, like, my service has been shit for the past couple of days because it feels like they're also protesting net unneutrality. So I feel like they're just fucking with my service because they want to be dickholes about it. People are protesting for net neutrality. Alright, we got the body here. We want to take this shit out. We also want to do var username equals document create element div. This div is where we're going to throw the username into. So username text content notification data.user.display underscore name. All right. And then we're going to notification body and child user name. Cool. So this way I can have a little bit more control. I can, like, you know, fuck around with because it'll be inside that one div. Yeah, pretty much. So this shit lasts for 10 seconds, right? So we want to clear this thing out after we're done showing the notification. So after about 9 seconds, we want to destroy the notification, right? So set timeout, which gives it, you know, it gives it about 1 second buffer between the next notification. So notification plays for 9 seconds. Let's say it plays for 8 seconds, right? And then it spends 1 second animating away, like it fades out, it goes off the screen, it does something, and then the last second is just as a buffer between the next notification and the previous one, because you don't want notifications to be going off exactly like right after the first one went off, because Otherwise, it kind of gets irritating. So 9,000. So basically, you know this. The reason why I'm using 9,000 instead of 9 is because you measured timeouts in milliseconds. So 1,000 milliseconds per second. So 9,000 is 9 seconds, basically. Same reason why there's 10,000 up here. And yeah. In case you didn't know that, how do you do? If you were wondering, if there's any new coders here or something like that. Then we want to do notification .inner HTML equals blah. So this, see how there was 4 of them up there? We only want to show one at a time. So, man, my bitrate is really eating the dick right now. Don't know why. I'm not pushing a whole shit ton through my fucking internet tubes here, you know what I mean? There it is. Hello? And then this should disappear. Yep. 1 second. And then like the next one to play if there was another one queued up. So, if there isn't. So, I'm going to do that. Streaming Lanzo via car Bluetooth. Is that where I'm at right now? You serious? God damn. Seems a little dangerous. Alright, let's get Discord out of here. Alright, so we got this. Now the notification here is actually too big for my screen because I'm not accounting for all kinds of stuff. But, you know. The point is that this needs to cover the entirety of my screen. So it needs to be 1920 by 1080 because the whole screen needs to flash funky colors. You know what I'm saying? This is also assuming that I am that any screen that I'm using is 1920 by 1080. I only have 1920 by 1080 monitors. So if I am streaming at the resolution of 1920 by 1080. However, Twitch downscales it to 2720 for you guys. But the source quality is 1080. It'll show up looking like full screen. Who cares? Alright. Yeah, you're right. So, we have the notification body. So, what we're going to do is notification body.classlist.add. Let's call it start, I guess. I might want other notifications for, or other class names to hook off of for during its life cycle. So, notification-body. What's up, Sauls? Twitch tells me if you're watching. It's pretty dumb. Notification body. How's that new Oculus treating you, pal? Oh man, this is Super Mario Sunshine. Rift Boxing Inc. Unboxing. You're gonna put your Rift back in the box. Oh man, he finally did it. Got his own VR. Alright, so notification body. We don't really have too many styles for it regular, or you know what we do need it to do? We need it to completely absorb the width and height of its container, which is the notification, which has a width and height of 1920 by 1080. About damn time! Lordy, lordy. Alright, this thing's gonna shoot right in there in a second. You'll see this thing will start having children. Alright, it had child, hooray. Yes, and this thing, 1920 by 1080, and this one, the child beneath it is also 1920 by 1080. If I took off those, shit, it went away. If I took those off, they would not be full size. Alright, so notification.body.start. So the start of the animation, I'm going to make it last for about like 3 seconds. We're going to do... My imagining is the screen will flash with RGBA colors for about 3 seconds. And then it will show an explosion. And then once the explosion is finished, the name of the person who folloved's name will be left. That's a plan. That's my plan here. Maybe I should visualize. Nah, see it soon enough. All right, so in order to put animations, we use keyframes. We'll call this like BG color, and then we'll do 0%. Let's do 5 colors, right? 20%, 40%, 60%, 2%, and 100. And what we're going to do here is background dash color RGBA. So RGBA is just like RGB, where you had taken 3 values of 0 to 255, and it makes a color. But this last part, A, so usually RGB stands for red, green, blue, right? You need those values. No, let's create a color. The last part is A, which is an alpha, which is between 0 and 1, and that decides how transparent it is. So let's do red, 255, 0, 0. That's just pure red. We'll make the alpha 0.1 to start. Let's see how that looks. And so we want to go from red. Now the real question, I think this is going to animate, and I'm not sure if I want it to I wonder if there's an animation timing function that's just like don't do any timing function, not even linear. Step start. I don't think I've ever used this. Instead, because I don't want the color to go from like it, because then it will this way it'll fade to red, fade to blue, fade to green, fade to another color, fade to another color, fade again. I'm not sure if I want to do that. I feel like I want it to just be abrupt and not fading. Maybe it'll be fast enough. We'll give it a shot. We'll give it a shot first. Alright, so this is red. We want this to be green. We want this to be blue. And then we also want, like, what are our other primary colors? Where's the color wheel? Is that the color wheel? You guys remember learning the color wheel in school? Alright, I think we should start with yellow, which is like this. RGB. Choose a harmony? Oh god. I need 5. It doesn't really matter. But I just need like the color wheel. X to RGB. Oh shit, I didn't even think of that. Yellow is... Alright, so we want to go from... I say we start at yellow, then green. Green to... teal? What does teal look like in RGB? Yeah. Alright, so we want to start out... Alright, you know what? Let's try this. So it should be 255.00, and that should be 255.0, and then it should be 0, 255, and then it should be 55 like that. And then it should be... There's one more. Is there one more combination here that I'm not seeing? Oh no, it needs to go step like that, and then it needs to be like this. What I'm trying to do is like 255, 255, 255, 255, 255. Oh god, that's a mouthful. I'm trying because these colors that are between the primaries, like red and green, the between of red and green is yellow, and in order to get yellow, and yellow's RGB is 255 of red and green and 0 of blue. So, all right, so it should be like this. So it's got to like step almost. 0. And this needs to be 255. Exactly what I was looking for. Pretty sure. Alright, now here comes the fun part. Animation-name, which is BG color. Animation-time. 0.5 seconds. I don't know how many times I want to iterate through it. Did I spell this right? No, I didn't. Animation dash time. Pretty sure I got that right. Animation. Oh, not time. Duration. I don't know. I thought time was an attribute, but it's not. All right. Animation duration. Animation timing function. Linear. Doesn't really need to ease. Then we want animation iteration count. Infinite. So it can just keep going on till it's going on no more. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. Or actually, no, we don't want iteration count of that. We want iteration count of 6, because we want it to iterate for 3 seconds. Iterate 6 times in 3 seconds. All right. And I think that's it. We don't want any delay on this. Yeah. Okay, time to see what we're dealing with here. Alright, it's going to get put in the queue, and then it's about to pop. Hey! That's a little bit too light, though. But you saw what was happening there for about 3 seconds. So we're going to change this to 0.2 for every single one. But you see what's happening there, right? Ah, fuck. We also got to remove the padding, the margin on this. So it's actually full screen. So every body element comes out of the box with some margins. Should toss that on the global. I'm not sure how much that will mess up. Probably mess up nothing. If I'm being honest with myself, I don't think it'll mess up shit. If you guys are wondering from last time on Lenzo's stream, he made some alerts. No one really gave a shit, but they ended up looking cool because I finished them off of stream. Just gonna wait a little bit for Roku to wake up my app. We're going to sit here for about 10 seconds, and then it's going to show up.
Peace be upon you.
Yeah, pretty sweet, huh? I like to think so.
In repetition, strive for perfection.
Yeah. There's the resub. There's the,
I humbly accept.
I need to fix that for this guy. He flashes sometimes. Yeah. And I know why. There's a very, very slight delay sometimes. Like, we're talking like a millisecond here. It looks pretty funny on iOS and on Safari. If you look up this, because like it doesn't stay there scaled. It like scales back down for some reason. So like all the letters like get popped up and they get their text shadow, then just go slowly. Pretty neat looking. All right. No, this should be giving me. There we go. Yeah. That's what we're looking for here. I wonder if I can add browser source of local file. It's not gonna go through now, is it? It's probably not gonna work. Because it's... I'm looking for a local file here. Yeah. 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 Oh, hey, it does work. This is what it would look like if someone followed. That don't actually... Because that... Yeah, that wouldn't actually happen. But that's kind of what I'm going for. You see what I'm doing here. Alright. Can you set that? We also need to set the explosion. Alright. I need to find that one explosion GIF I once used for Bunny Splode. Alright. Okay, next step in the master plan is to find well, I need the very first part here. The first breakdown is basically when I need it, I think. Yeah, right here. Yeah. Maybe I also should throw some Vegeta in there. Thoughts? Vegeta? Thoughts? No one cares? Cool. Was it like SSU to SS? Like that? Nope. Oh god. Can't I download this with like let's see. Get MP3 from YouTube. Get MP3. God. I need one that's not cancer. This one sounds like it's not cancer. This looks like cancer. I'm sorry, but if you have a download button that looks like that shit, come on, man. Are you even trying not to look like that? Yeah. Hashtag don't show this on screen. Huh. Oh yeah, what am I gonna do? Get fucking stabbed over 3 seconds of running in the 90s? Maybe. I don't know. I don't really care. Been a while since I've been stabbed. I don't give a shit. Let's see. This one looks good enough. Wow. This site doesn't actually look too fucking terrible. Ah! I was wrong. There's the cancer right here. Ow, okay. That actually worked. What are you gonna do? Stab me? Isn't that like a... Quote from Man Stabbed. What are you gonna do? Stab me? Ricky Williams blames pot for his failed drug test. I got high and forgot I wasn't supposed to get high. Damn it, Ricky! Professor Newman always stuffed and mounted. Caused a stabbing. Last words. What are you gonna do? Stab me? Yeah. What was he stabbed with? A megaphone? God dang. gonna do? Are they gonna stab me? Also in Tales of the Borderlands, yeah. I remember these like zipper sounds. Alright, let's do this for real. Downloads. Running in the 90s. Gonna open this with Audacity. Gonna open up Audacity. Open up the file. The one that I can't see. Running in the 90s. It's one big file there. You can see where it starts to hop up. Right there. Let me turn that down just a little bit. But we're going to actually... I'm probably going to get content IDs, so my VOD's going to get muted. It was right here, right? It was right here. Pretty much right there. Let me scroll, please. So it's right here. Alright, I'm sorry about your ears, but this is important work. So right about there. So first of all, we're going to goodbye beginning. I feel like so like right here, I think this is the sound file we're gonna work. This is what we're gonna work with here. Shit, can I not select the whole damn thing? Here it is, folks. The sub sound to end all sub sounds. Come on, start over. We need to cut off like this last bit right here. Now it sounds like a masterpiece. It needs to cut off like a little bit earlier. Right there. Yeah, it sounds good. Fucking love it. Alright. I'll export this bad boy. Export audio. For copyright purposes, I will call this Walking in the Really Late 80s. Really late 80s. Running in the 90s. .mp3. And we are going to save this bad boy under saving music right now. Give me the old export. In the Ultra 80s. Exactamundo. See, you get it. Lens alert static sounds. I'll just place it in here. Walking in the Really Late 80s. In the Ultra 80s. Alright, I did this shit. Wait. Did I really make... Oh. No, I made them here. Okay. So as soon as we have the DOM, we want to create the there. And make it walking. Walking in the really late 80s equals document that creates element audio. Walking in the really late 80s. What do I call it? Dot source equals slash sounds, right? Slash sound, yeah, slash sounds slash walking in the really late 80s. MP3. Alright, got that. And then we just set its volume to about half, probably. Don't want it to be too loud. 0.5. And that will create our audio here. And then when this starts, we want to do walking in the really late 80s. That play. That will play our song. These touch controllers feel real great. Yeah. What are you gonna do with the first thing? What are you gonna do with the first thing you're gonna do with Oculus? Are you you should play Thumper. That's what you should do. You should play Thumper. Buy and play Thumper. Or play that that demo that Epic Games made where you shoot a bunch of robots. Facebook Live Spaces. That sounds terrible. Hashtag Hail Corporate. What would their signature be like? Hail Corporate! They do like a C instead of the Hail Hydra. C. YMCA, you know? Alright, let's get back to the matter at hand here. This is the real important moment. Alright? Pay attention. This is gonna be some shit. We're about to walk in the really late 80s. Eventually. God damn it. Oh. 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 I am so disappointed in myself. I am so disappointed in myself for fucking that up. First try. Once I get set up Facebook vid chat. Go on Facebook vid chat. Does that exist? Do I have that? I don't have a VR rig. Do I need a VR rig? I feel like I want it to be 6 seconds. I want the colors to stop flashing, but I want the song to keep playing. Then an explosion to happen. Yeah. Alright, we're gonna make this 6 seconds instead of How big did I make this thing? Alright. Pretty big here. Alright, so like right here, I want to say. This is totally fucking me up. Stop it! You stop right now. I don't know what to do here to stop this. We'll go there for a minute. That actually sounds pretty damn good. Yo, what up, Corrupt? Export audio as Walking the Really 80s MP3. Save it here. Going to replace it. And we're also going to take the one from music right down here. And then put it up here in the projects. Lanzo alerts, static sounds. Replace file in this destination. Gonna do some VR at night. Alright, so now that that's happening, let's see how that looks. Step 1 in world domination. Create a badass follower alert. Would this be considered badass? By badass people, yes. Finger guns. Alright, come on. It should be happening any second now. Oh, fuck. Did it not replace like I wanted it to? I refreshed it, didn't I? Did I actually replace it, or am I stupid? Didn't like export it. What the hell? Call us running really days too. Oh, I didn't refresh. Motherfuck. This is probably. No, this one's correct. Copy. Projects. Lanzo alerts. Static sounds. Post. Delete. Rename. It's 2 off of there. Alright. Yeah, internet issues. Yeah, it feels like the ISPs are starting to fight back, man. Fucking us up. Yeah, that's alright. I'm gonna go through some stuff that has nothing to do with Ruby. It's like even simpler. It's like just HTML and CSS. And about like, I was thinking around 9 or 10 tonight. I'll do that stuff. It'll be super simple. Just like, here's how the most basic websites work, and here's how to make the most basic website. Why do you keep stopping? Do I need to restart my server? I really don't want to restart my fucking server. This is 6 seconds, right? Because I want to say that it's like super cached or something over here. So, alright. Restarting my server, and then we're going to have to log in again here. Oh, I'm not sure if I showed you this. Corrupt. I'll show you real quick. If you were here and you were watching last week, you missed me finishing this. I actually didn't finish this on stream. I finished this off stream, but this is like the final product from that stuff I was doing last week. Woo! This is like the notifications that I was working on. It actually works if you take the test part off. It will actually like get subscribers for a channel, I guess. So, pretty neat, am I right? Okay. Alright, so I restarted my server. I gotta log in over here, and then I need to go to the redirect page. You needn't to worry about none of this. This is all authentication tomfoolery. I sent you the link? Alright, cool. I'm pretty damn proud of it. It looks pretty neat. Yeah. All right. So it just needed to. Server just needed to be restarted. So it plays for 6 seconds. The animation there with all the colors is 3 seconds. So it looks good enough. And now we need. I just want to look at it one more time. All right. That's good enough to me. All right. We're also going to. I want to disable this for a second, for a hot minute. It's the easiest way for me to do that. I wonder. Just do that. I guess I'll comment that out. No more notifications are coming up. Table flip. Computer on wrong side of desk for VR. It's on the wrong side of your desk for what do you mean? What do you mean the computer's on the wrong side of your desk? Do you have your computer on your desk and not like below it? I don't have enough room on my desk for my PC, so it's below on the left down here. Cables are too short. Yeah. Get wrecked. Guess you're gonna have to sit down and do your VR. Get hosed, Drewski. Alright, explosion GIF. I know the perfect one that I want. Going to go to what did I call it? Lanza /bunny explode? Yeah. There's a GIF in here. See, when I explode these, that GIF, that explosion, that's what I want. I don't think I make any image requests. Oh, it's a sprite! Fuck! It's a sprite map. Fuck. Give away a VR. I don't have. I remember stealing this, and that's why. This is an explosion.png, and then like you map it. Look at all these are basically the entire frames. Explosion GIF. Oh, it's gonna be difficult. That does not serve my purposes though. This might work. It needs to be bigger though. This looks shitty. You can see like the stars being edited back in. Saul's is giving away his VR because it doesn't because he needs to move his he needs to go down from 4 monitors to 2 in order to do it. So he's saying screw VR, it's not worth it if they take away my monitors. Is that what's happening? Because that sounds like what's happening. Yeah, might as well give up on it if you have to go down in monitors. It ain't even worth it. You know what I'm saying? Oh shit. I was dissatisfied there for a second. Nothing. Maybe I should check Giphy. Giphy usually has some good stuff. Explosion. Canada. What's this from? Cause that's Beyonce or something. I was watching Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt, and that was parodied. There's no like GIF with transparent backgrounds here that I can use. Maybe I'll find one eventually. If you guys have any explosion GIFs you want to lay down on me, that'd be fucking great. Apparently that's under explosion. You know, I could... I could use that sprite map. I mean, I could. Wouldn't be great, though. You got one for me? Sticker explosion? Oh, shit! Dude, you just found the fucking magical... shit, son. This is exactly what I was looking for. You type in the word sticker, and this is what you get? God damn. Is that some secret code word I knew nothing about? Like a sticker for like what Facebook uses, those stickers. Here's Ed. There's Mario. Oh man. How about this one? This grenade. Ah, the end. Saw on the transparent one, so you Googled it. All right. This one and this one look the best, I think. I'm just gonna make it uber big. Alright, that's good enough. Thanks, man. That's exactly what I needed. Ah! All the bunnies! What happened? I had music going. I had music and then I started playing Running in the 90s. So, that's what happened to that. I need to download that image. What am I doing? Save image as giphy.gif. We're going to rename that, but first we're going to go to static images. Explosion.gif. This is a GIF image. Nice. And then we're going to make it totally came in clutch, man. Thank you very much. Fair explosion equals document create element image, and then explosion src equals we need to go to images explosion.gif. That's what we want to do. Yeah, and then we want to do explosion dot class list dot add explosion. And then we also want to do notification body dot append child. We want to wait off 3 seconds on this though, because we don't want it to explode immediately. So we want to do set timeout function 3 seconds, so 3000, and then we do notification body dot append child explosion. Yep. Alright, I'm gonna leave you with this real quick. Let's see if this works. Oka waka what? If this works, then I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick. Come on. Come on. Explode for me. Why aren't you running? Why aren't you walking fast in the late 80s? Something. Oh, I'm an idiot. I forgot to uncomment the part that says, hey, actually show the animation. Herp. Fucking Christ, man. Gosh, damn it, man. That shit's gonna show up in a hot second here. Yeah. So that's what we're starting with right now, and we'll finish that up in about. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. Oh man, none of these are good for AFKs, are they? Yeah. So. Don't know. I'll be back. Hot second. Use the bathroom and shit. My dog was waiting for me. Alright. Told you I'd be back. You didn't believe me, did you? Alright. Just been listening to intermittent Walking in the Late 80s. Alright. What I got here is some hard lemonade. And we'll see how this is. That's good shit. Damn, that's good. It was recommended to me by a coworker. I wonder if I could do like Huh. Oh, CSS sprites. Wait, is that an actual thing? Like, can I... Do I want to use a sprite for this? I'd have a lot more control. Drunk stream activated. I actually got pretty wasted last night and did a whole podcast while pretty drunk. I bought a 12-pack from the store. Porch rocker. Sam Adams porch rocker. I had one. Before I knew it, I had 11. So then I ranted about microtransactions. So that's fun. That should be coming out next week. If you give a shit. All right. God, I'm not sure if I want to do this, man. I don't have access to, like, I'm not using SAS here. This would be a pain in the dick. There's probably some tool out there. So, you know what? I'm gonna make this as easy on myself as possible. All right, so you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do this, but we know the music's working, so we're gonna check out the music playing. Okay. Drunk stream. Where's the easy GIF speed changer? I wonder if this will work. I don't know if it will. Lanzo alerts, static images, explosion.gif. Upload. I want to do. It has 24 frames. If it has 24 frames and you give it. If I wanted this to last for like a second, probably want to give it 30. I don't know. That looks bad. That looks real bad. But you have 24 frames. Each frame, 10 seconds between each frame. Shouldn't that be 240 milliseconds? Oh, this is like 100 ms. Oh, okay. So this is really like 2.4 seconds. So 5. Is that slower? Huh. I can't tell. Computer set back up on the other side. Oh, you're back after... Do you have to unplug everything and plug it back in when you moved your computer? Gosh. I wonder, like, CSS GIF no loop? I don't know, is that a thing? I wonder how long that cycle is, right? So you do like explosion. Where's the append? Explosion, and then set function. I'm gonna make this super simple. I'm not gonna go through any fucking maps or anything like that. I'm not gonna have any sprites and no sprite maps because I don't really care enough, to be completely honest with you. Move child. Explosion. We'll set that for 4 seconds. Yeah. Time to see if the animation is, if the GIF animates one time for 1 second. Did I? 1 millisecond. Yeah. Yep. Looks like 1 second, doesn't it? Now just what we need is we need that thing to be positioned correctly. So what we're going to do is we're going to go in here. We're going to say that explosion width 1,000 pixels, height. That's a lot of pixels to be wide, isn't it? Because that would basically take up the whole center of my screen. Maybe 500 pixels would be good. Yeah, we'll go 750. 750. All right. Then we're going to position absolute this bad boy so that he can show up right in the center of the screen. Now, in order to get that to happen, it needs to be positioned absolute, and then it also needs to offset itself from its width and height, because it will place this thing 750 pixels down and 750 pixels to the left of the screen. But then you're not accounting for the rest of the image, right? So you have to kind of shove it back halfway through its width and shove it back halfway through its height. So you do margin left negative what's half 375? Is that right? Can I get a math check? Pretty sure that's right. See how this shit looks. Struggling. Dashboard is fucking around again. Where the fuck up there? Oh, I forgot to do top 50%. Left 50%. So you're offsetting it 50% left and 50%. You know what? I'll show you real quick what these negative margins do. So you'll see the image get created, and then it will place itself 50% down from the top of the screen and 50% left of the screen. But then it's also got the rest of the image, which is going to show up like, you know, because its origin is like technically the corner. So we'll see it here in a sec. See how it's down there? It's not accounting for the width and the height of the image, which is what those negative margins are for. So we take those off. It should completely center itself now. Completely centered. I think at the end of the life cycle there, it needs to fade out. So I think we need explosion.fade. Opacity 0.0. We'll make the beginning opacity. It's already there. Transition. Opacity. Uh, 0.5 seconds. Linear. And then instead of deleting it, so we're going to take off, instead of deleting it 4,000, what's this? Wants to update, okay. Okay, could update later. We're going to remove it at 4,000, but we're also going to do set timeout function. We're going to set at 3,500 for it to start fading out. So it's going to take half a second for it to fade out. Then after that half a second, it's going to get deleted. So notification. No, we want explosion dot classlist dot add fade. So this way it doesn't just abruptly go goodbye. It will it will finish its animation. It'll be close to the end of its animation, then fade out. That's the plan. Whoopsie days, bro. Starting to feel it from this. Yeah. See, there we go. Don't that look good? That look fucking good. Tell me that didn't look good. That looked fucking good. Unless I'm lying to myself. I do do that, yeah. I should man. These things are like 9%. 9% alcohol, 100% spiked. Fisher's Island lemonade, made in the USA. Vodka and whiskey with natural juice and flavors. What the heck is Fisher's Island? Is that a thing, Fisher? Are you serious? It's from Island Lemonade. Is this a place out in like one of the Great Lakes? See, this is what I'm drinking. Fisherman's Island Lemonade. Won't let you say pussy? I guess not. Did your comment get deleted or something? I might have said that a long time ago for like banned words, or I might have just automatically banned those words. I don't know. Fisherman's Island lemonade. I want to know where they're based out of. Foam lemonade. Rhode Island, New York. I thought this was if I do contact us, where does it? Oh, it's a fucking email. Oh, thank you. You know, it's checked by the Automod thing. Are there any mods to check it? Well, there's a thing called Automod I think I have on my channel, but I have no idea. I haven't touched that shit in like a year. Then I should probably go actually check that. Where do you exist? You exist in Connecticut? Oh shit, here it is. Fisher's Island. Not Fisherman's Island. Fisher's Island is where this lemonade comes from, man. So, it's pretty fucking good. I live right around here, so I live in Connecticut. So I can't imagine you guys being able to get it when you're way the balls out and fucking look at this shit. This fucking shit. It's out in the middle of fucking nowhere. You ain't got oceans, you got lakes. What's wrong with you? Just kidding. Alright. Now that we have this badass explosion going on, we're also going to add the name of the person who followed right underneath. As this thing fades out, we want the name to fade in. Or alternatively, we want the name to already be there. I think that's what we're going to do. So, what we need here is let's take I'm not sure what the best way to do this is. Send me a case in October. This came in a 4-pack, right? This came in a 4-pack. That 4-pack costs $16. It is $4 a can for this shit. You can get Pepsi for $1 out of a vending machine, and that's overpriced. This shit is overpriced. You see what I'm saying? This is some good shit, but it's also super expensive. A case of, I don't even think they make cases. They only make 4-packs of this shit. But that's good though. That is refreshing. Show is. We should do the text content. And then we want to, as we're fading out, we want to notification body. Pen child username. Why did you buy it? Lol. I had a coworker who recommended it. Said it was really good. So I decided, like, fuck it, I'll give it a shot. So far, it's pretty good. Maybe not $4 a can good, but pretty good. Yeah. Got some on it. Sweatshirt's still pristine. Okay. Alright, so as we're fading out the explosion, we want to add in the text here. And the text, which has the class of... has no class, so we're going to give it a class. And now it's a class of username. You're going to do username, font size, 48 pixels. I want to say. All right. Max width. We don't want like the text to be outside the explosion radius, and the explosion radius is about, or the explosion not radius, but starts with the D. It's the section of the circle. It's two radius. What's it called? Diameter. Thanks. A diameter. We don't want the text to be bigger than the diameter. So max width is going to be, let's give it a safe 500 pixels. Because we want to give the illusion that the explosion is leaving behind the name. So max width is about 500 pixels. Font size is 48 pixels. We're going to position absolute this bad boy. We are going to... good stuff. Position absolute, margin left. Well, we need to do top 50% anyway. Top 50%. I'm not sure how I'm going to do top and left these margins, because these values are just half of the height and width, but the height and width of this thing are going to be different every time. You know what I mean? The height will, at least. The width is always going to be at least 500 pixels. Text align center. Don't forget that. That will align the text in the center. Just like when you click the Align Text Center button in Microsoft Word. So, there's that to look forward to. Negative 250 pixels. There we go. We want to give it the animation of keyframes fade in from opacity 0 to opacity 1.0. Fade in, animation, that duration, 0.5 seconds, yep, animation timing function, linear, yep, animation timing function is linear, yeah. So the way that this works is that, like, immediately as soon as the element's created, it's going to run this animation, which goes from 0 to 1 in opacity. And its opacity is by default 1, so all it does is fade in. Whereas before, some other things that we did with, like the last one we did, things would fade out. And once they finished going from 1 to 0, its default is still 1. So it would go from 1 to 0, then back to 1. Because once the animation's finished, it would go back to its default. But that's why we had to add extra classes to make sure that it stayed with 0 opacity. If that makes sense. Hopefully it does. Alright, the text is gonna appear up here, but it'll be fine. Trust me. It's fine. It's fine. Trust me. Oh, Canada. Add some Canadian beer. Oh my god, it's not type of node. What isn't type of node? What are you telling me isn't a type of node? Pen child username? Oh, that's why. I left that up there. That should not be there. My stream keeps saying it's offline. What the heck, dashboard? How's my stream quality? Is shit fucking up or something like that? That's kind of what we were going for. You know what? Now what we're going to do, we're going to make the thing there in the beginning as soon as the image gets created. And then we're also going to not do this. Let's see how that looks. I'm curious to see how that looks. Drank, sit down. Drank. JS. Drank. You know what I'm saying? This guy knows what's up. Yeah. See, that looks good. I think that looks good. Wait, did I make that max? This needs to be min width. 500 pixels. Max width. 500 pixels. And height. Maybe I should use flex to position the text. This shit needs to be directly in the fucking center. I'm not sure how all this is gonna work, but we're gonna display flex. We're going to align items center. We're going to justify content. Justify content center. I'm not gonna try to explain what the fuck is going on here with Flexbox, because Flexbox is some black magic fuckery. I'll tell you what. So, for the moment, we're gonna just stick it on there, see if it goes well. Hopefully, it'll be right in the center. God damn it. Oh, I forgot to add the negative margins. I already explained this, but basically you need the negative margins to offset the top 50% and left 50%. So that it's directly centered. That's the point. Have a drink and you'll see. That's exactly what I was looking for, but I don't think it really went that well. Because I was highlighting it. So let's try again. Don't know the words. Explosion. See, that shit's fucked. I think I need to give that explosion a Z index. Maybe? Maybe? It's positioned absolutely, so probably. Right? Right? Alright, so this will kind of make sure that it's on top and it won't, like, you know, leave it there. Oh, yes, yes, of course. Right, sit down. Right. Did that work? I couldn't tell. My fucking thing was selecting it. Oh, I'll find out in a second. Pass out. Drink. My God. Yeah, I drank a lot last night, and then I also had a beer at a meeting today at work, so. It still needs the fade. That's basically what I just concluded, that it still needs the fade. Did I delete the whole thing? I did delete the whole thing. Alright, we're just gonna make it again real quick. Add keyframes. Fade in. Get rid of this extra at symbol. From opacity 0.0 to opacity 1.0. Animation name. Fade in. Animation duration. 0.5 seconds. Animation timing function. Just make that bad boy linear. Yeah, let's see how that goes. It's probably not going to be great because, like, there's a little bit of transparency. I probably need to add a delay on it. I think I forgot to add the delay. It's going to look weird. Did that look weird? What's your opinion? How does this look? If this was a notification, how would this make you feel? Not in love with it. I think it needs that. I think it needs to go out a bit. That looked good. I feel like there's something wrong with the frames here. Bring us back down to regular size. Animation delay. Make it delay a little bit. See how that works out for us. Full screen. More explosions. I think all we need to do now is add an explosion sound effect that lasts roughly 1 second, and we need to add walking in the late '80s back in. Do I know Terrence Franklin? Never heard of him. Cause he better hope he doesn't know me. Why? Why? Cause you better hope he doesn't know you. Why? Is he a hitman? Or is he just a guy that's really bad at installing Ryzens in motherboards? This is the stream while I'm showering. That's true dedication. Weird, weird, weird.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Alright, we're gonna need to add some pizzazz onto this show here. The porridge otter has started to watch. I before E except after C. Bullshit. Alright, so we need explosion sound effect. Am I gonna be able to find a 1 second long explosion? That sounded terrible. God damn, that sounded awful. How does this sound? Maybe this is like all of them. This is like all of it. I like this. All right. Let's download this bad boy. I'm not sure I want to trust this. There would be more dislikes if it gave people viruses, right? That's how it works. The person, Terrence Franklin, said he knew randomly went missing. Been missing 4 months now. What do you say that did someone tell him that his girlfriend wasn't real and then he killed him? You want me to buy a WinRAR, huh? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. That's a lot of shit. Good old-fashioned internet giving me stuff that I don't deserve. These sound like some good sound effects. My favorite song lyric. I tried so hard and got so far, But in the end, it didn't even matter. That one. Oh my god, let me play all of them. Can I just open with... I want to open all of these with, I said open for all of them. That's 2 seconds. That sounds like a good explosion sound. This one right here. This one right here. So that's this one? No. Fuck off. I'm pretty sure it's this one. Yeah, it's this one. Alright, we're going to copy. We're going to put this into our static sounds file, and we're going to put paste this as good old-fashioned explosion.mp3. Lowercase, because fuck you. That's why. Put the sound of a toucan eating an apricot? The fuck is that? Am I supposed to be looking this up? Oh, it's a toucan! Aw. Toucans are so cool. Anyone ever watch George of the Jungle? There was a character named Tukey, who was a toucan. Apparently these birds are asshole creatures and will bite the shit out of you. Apparently. It still looks cute as heck, though. Am I right? Toucan George of the Jungle. Tukey.
What happened?
Aww. This is a cute monkey scene. I just want to see the toucan, like, yeah, this thing. This is what I was looking for. Where they fire the toucan out of the elephant. Anyone remember this movie? Anyone ever watch this movie? George of the Jungle? They're killing him with tickling! Then they use the elephant as like a cannon to fire the toucan. Fire! Hits him right in the butthole. Never wear leather in the jungle, kids. That's the, and I think it fires the coconuts as like a machine gun. Classic Brandon Fraser. Have you guys made your, have you guys upvoted all the top posts on Are the Brendan yet today? I haven't yet. It's because I'm a sinner. I haven't yet, because I'm a sinner. Is this stream not safe for work? You don't want that slow up ass? Yeah, for sure. Fuck. Alright, and now that we have that in the static, we have this explosion at MP3. You know what we're also going to do? Is we're going to make a new folder called Lanzolini. And we're going to put these both in here, because I'm only going to ever use in the Lanzolini folder. So, there you go. We're also going to change this from /sounds to /sounds/Lanzolini. It's only going to show it up on this one, you say. Alright, explosion audio. Explosion audio. Equals document.create element audio. Explosion audio. src equals sounds the Lanzolini / explosion.mp3. We're also going to set explosion audio dot volume equals 0.5. Don't want it to be too dang loud. Starts the FET. The Warriors blew a 3-1 lead in the 2016 NBA Finals. I'm not trying to distract you from anything. If anything, I'm the person out there on the streets telling people about what happened. Okay? Everyone needs to know that the Warriors blew a 3-1 lead. And I've been out there hitting the pavement telling people about the Warriors blowing a 3-1 lead. When was the last time you told anyone about the Warriors blowing a 3-1 lead? I think he's streaming because some Steam game has to update. Yeah, what is Steam trying to do right now? I think Steam is trying to download something, but just isn't. What are you trying to download? This thing's scheduled for... You know what? You can... Oh, shit. No, I don't want to play. No. Just update. I just want you to update. Oh, it's already completed. Alright, never mind then. It was patching, I guess, and it was just stuck there. I'm just streaming code because I'm waiting for Golfit to patch. Golfit's pretty fun, I have to say. I'm enjoying myself with Golfit. So there's that. It's great. Alright, so at the time of the explosion, which is right here, we're going to do explosion audio dot play. And you know what? Let's add in the running in the 90s part right now, too. Alright. No, I'm not going to download RuneScape. No, I'm not going to play RuneScape. I suck at it. Everyone sucks at RuneScape because that takes to... You just click to go everywhere. I did stream code as well. That's cool, man. Fucking love streaming code. Yeah, in about, I want to say an hour, maybe even less than that. Like, I mean, look at this. This notifications come along pretty far, am I right? Look at this shit. You suck at clicking? I think RuneScape is the one that sucks at controlling. You have to click to go everywhere. What is this? 2001? AKA the year RuneScape released? Back when mouses were white and used a ball underneath? That's the kind of controls RuneScape was working with, homie. They were working for, like, old-ass mouse. This shit! When you Google old-ass mouse, this is what RuneScape was made with, and this is what RuneScape was played with. This fucking old-ass Logitech mouse. I had a fucking ball at the end, man. I had a ball instead of a laser. See this? This is a laser. This is fucking 2000. This came out in like 2009, man. It's fucking RuneScape. That's all I gotta say about that. Leave. Alright. So this is what we have right here. I think that's pretty sweet if you ask me. Okay, so next thing to do is to stop. We want to stop the notifications because I really don't want to be hearing this every 10 seconds unless I need to. No appreciation from the heritage of all games. Why are people watching this? Streamers sell out. Radio Shack is his sponsor. The music should fade? Yeah. Probably fade in, fade out. You're right. I'm not sure. I could probably do that with Audacity and save the file because I can't do... Actually, maybe I could do that with... I probably could, actually. I just, like, for the last quarter of a second, I just, I just, like, dropped the volume. You're a nemesis to the dev community. Yes, I am. I worship Satan and our Lord and Savior JavaScript. Come at me. That's what I gotta say about that. Alright. So we're doing that. We are also trying to find a font. Alright, Google Fonts. Alright, chat. This is where you come in handy. Tell me what font looks good for our explosion afterwards. Actually, you know what? We can probably keep this and then just take out all of the audio playing. Oops. Like, I think it's just so, like, gaudy and ridiculous, like, the explosion and everything. That's why I love it. I'll bother to think of it. I can write a file. I can do right here in my node script. I do fs.writeFile and then tell it to make a file. I don't get what you're. Yeah. I mean, if we're talking about you know, Node, which runs JavaScript, then yeah, you can write stuff. Isn't there like write file? This is the easier one. Write file. String specify FD. You can write file with JavaScript. It needs to be running a Node. Yeah, a Node. Can't do that in the browser though. So, nah. Still writing JavaScript. So I don't really care too much. It was just a meme, but I do like JavaScript personally. So, I mean, at the end of the day, what doesn't compile down to C++ or run on the JVM? Am I right? What's up, dude? What's good, Corey? Why don't you do me a favor and pick out a font? Why don't you guys all go to fonts.google.com, figure out a font, and see which ones you like the best. I'm gonna go grab another hard lemonade, which is pretty good, and take a piss. Railway, you say? All right. Yeah, that's a good one. But it needs to be thick. It needs to be thick. What? No, we're not doing fucking Comic Sans. Get out of here. If I ruled with an iron fist, we'd be banned right now. Comic Sans. Yeah, but wait, right. So it needs to be kind of thick enough to like stand out, but not like Impact. Impact is like too squished. You know what I'm saying? All right, be right back. Gonna hit the bathroom, grab another drink. Stay frosty. Alright, I'm back. Oh shit, okay, so what do we got here? Railway Comic Sans Righteous Audio Wide. Alright. Ooh. Maybe that one's a little too spaced out. Not sure. Righteous. Ooh, that one's also like, those strike me as like 280s, don't you think? Righteous and audio wide. And I guess that might make sense because our sound file is running in the 90s, walking in the 80s. You know what I'm saying? You think railway too? Railway. I would, but that seems like too thin. Like, any font that's, like, too thin doesn't stand out too well, because I have to put a text shadow on this, too, and they all have to look good with text shadows on them. So the same way that I have, here. Maybe I should just use this font that I used here. Make it bold, YOLO. Just make it, higher its font weight. So, like, this font I actually, like, came upon, and I thought it was good enough for this. And I really like it, because, like, the text shadow actually didn't suck on that. This is... I don't know what font. Bungie.
In repetition, strive.
I might just use that again. Might just use that again.
I humbly accept.
If you're wondering what this is another alert that I made. That's Zenyatta themed. It's just I made it last week. I streamed the making of it last week for fun, and that's kind of what it looks like now. Because I kind of finished it off stream, but it looks pretty neat. If you want to go here and check her out, feel free. All right, so where are the options that you guys think? Righteous, audio wide, or railway? This strikes me as 90s. Try press start to play. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Is there a font called press start? Oh shit. This stuff. To be completely honest, I'm not a huge fan of it. Cause shit like this. Is that an A? Or is that an F and an L? Beneath the eyeing vessel. That's a... What? That is an A. That's not, I thought that was an F and an L. I thought that said flying. But apparently that's eyeing? What? Well, it's huge. Well, I can make any font huge. You know? So I can do... I'm kind of feeling this audio wide business. What do you guys think? This would look good with names. Let's see. Who's a name? It's flying. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is, but like when you highlight it, it's just like one character. Alright, wait, so what was it called again? 2P. Beneath the flying vessel. Yeah, it is flying. It is flying, you're right. But like I can't select just the L. I can only select the A. There. The left or the right. Isn't that weird? That's fucking weird. Then the top 5 things I like about Terrence Franklin. 1, he provides good contrast for me to look good. He provides good contrast so that I look smart. He provides good contrast so that I look more impressive. He provides a good contrast for me when I'm talking because I have better vocabulary and dictation. And he provides good contrast when it comes to style. So, thanks. That's a burn, by the way. That is classified as a burn. Okay, so audio wide. We're gonna try this one out first. All right. I didn't mean any of that, Terry. I'm just playing with you. But one of the great things I love about you, Terry, is that even when I tell you don't get a Ryzen, you don't need to use that shit to overclock RuneScape. The stream is bad. Yeah, wrecked. Oops. Alright. Here's our one font. We're going to link this sumbitch. Oh, shit. Oh, I did this weird last time, didn't I? I basically said fuck it and I made it. Alright, well, let's do that again. I don't really care. This went right underneath the audio stuff. Boom, 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 boom. Judge me if you will. I'm using JavaScript to load it in. Let me just need this link here. Take that bad boy, toss this bad boy in here. Like so. Eat a dick. What the fuck? Like stars and slip-ups everywhere. How much coding experience do you need for something like this? For something like this, you just need to have the knowledge of how sockets work, and general HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So, and you also need to know what OAuth is and how to connect to Twitch IRC. So, I mean, maybe like a couple years of experience, but like if you just went ahead and tried to learn those specific things, you'd probably get far enough to make this. So, yeah, what Kenso Dev said, 1 or 2 years or so. Yeah. Eat a dick is actually like my catchphrase. I tell people to eat dicks or eat a dick all the time because it's like it's just what I say when I rage at a video game. So I'm like, oh, eat dicks. It's usually my usually what I say. So he's using my own vocab against me. My own I don't know the word for it. Okay, anyway, here we got the audio wide font. We are going to go in here. We're going to grab this bad boy. We're going to stick him in here so that the font family is not impact. And we're going to see how that looks. Is it your catchphrase? Yeah, when they introduced me on the TV shows, like Dawson's Creek, I just like I turn around like this and flip my hair and go, eat dicks. So I scream when I play solitaire. Dude, I played a lot of solitaire when I first installed Windows 10. This shit comes with solitaire, man. It's fucking good. I spent like many lunch breaks playing this shit just because it's solitaire. It's fine. Is it my catchphrase? Yep. It's Lanzo, eat dicks! Yep, my catchphrase. It's Butters. That's me. See, that looks good. What do you guys think about the color? I'm not really digging the black color there. Maybe I should make it like something else. Sauls wants to call me and show me VR. Oh, fucking fine. You don't... Fuck you, phone. Where does it show up in here? Austin can't be reached right now. Apparently I'm missing calls. Oh, I got it. I allowed microphone access, I think. Is it working? Apparently I didn't allow it microphone access. Settings. God, I hate how they changed this. Where the hell is media? I'm trying, dude. This shit doesn't work. Please allow microphone access. I thought I already did. I think I have to find it under system reset. How am I supposed to find this bullshit under this? Look at this. Look at this crap. Fuck am I supposed to find the settings? Make a .NET app? I ain't doing shit with .NET. No one should ever do shit with .NET. Fiery orange. Make it brown. Streamer shows lack of personality. Yep. That sounds like a decent review of me. Yeah. Streamer lacks personality. Oh dear. I think I accidentally hit decline. Shouldn't it be down here? Content settings. Oh my god. Microphone. Allow Facebook. I'm not blocking anything. We're going to use Blue Snowball. Yeah. There you go. Call back. Connect the camera and a microphone to make the call. If they're already connected, try restarting your browser and closing other applications that use camera and microphone. Well, I'm streaming, so I can't do that. I can't just start closing shit. I'm sorry, man. I know you wanted to show off your new Oculus. Just stream yourself. Your PC can handle virtual reality and streaming at the same time, can't it? All right. Let's give the full package right now and see how it all looks. Full package. All right, so we're gonna play. We're going to let the audios do their thing, and we're going to refresh. We're gonna sit at the full screen. See how this looks. I'm not going to make a .NET app. Ain't never going to happen. First of all, I don't know first fucking thing about .NET or C or whatever it is 1970s language you people use. Maybe I should have the running in the 90s part go on for 10 seconds. Yeah, the point of this thing is to be ridiculous. When was C first invented? 1969? 1973. That's such a script kid view of .NET. Yeah. I don't have the best experience when it comes to using like old school, like fucking those programming languages that are hard as rocks. .NET is C#. Cool. C#. What's the difference? Said the guy before he got downvoted to hell in his own stream. All right. We need to also add porridge eater followed. Tomorrow. Oh, okay, cool. Oh, dude, if you're gonna follow... Hold on. Don't follow yet. Don't follow yet. Did you already follow? Please don't follow yet. Actually, go ahead and follow. I think this will work. I haven't tested it. I haven't tested it. Maybe it'll work. I don't know. I don't think you can unfollow, but anyway, it's fine, it's fine. But if this works correctly, then maybe your name will show up. Cause like the point is like in the node part, it nah, that's still a fake one. In the node part, it checks every 2 minutes and polls the followers. So you can see right here. Wait, it should do that. Hey! Corey Shiv with the follow. It fucking works! Hey! How fucking awesome is that shit? Alright, it fucking works. But there's also test follows being thrown in there. I like the porridge eater. He's already followed me, so. So, to explain this real quick, first I'm going to turn off the music. Porridge eater. Alright, first we're going to turn off the music here, because I'm not sure I can handle all of that. I fucking love how ridiculous it is. Alright, so explain this real quick. Here on the node server, I kind of go through this whole process where I log in and get this ID, this channel ID. This channel ID that I'm passing in right here is my ID. I pass in my client ID, which is like my Lanzobot client ID, and then every follows interval is every minute. So every minute it scrapes my followers, and if any of it gets the first 25, and any in that 25 who have followed in the last 60 seconds, which means that like every time it polls, it's gonna check to see, all right, these are the guys that I just polled. Have any of them happened in the last minute? And if any of them have happened in the last minute, it's going to push those through the socket right here. You see? It's going to, if the current time minus the time they followed is less than 60 seconds, it's going to emit in the Lanzolini room, whichever room it's pertaining to. This thing is set up to handle multiple channels. It's going to emit the follow event with the follow object, which is why I was getting them up here, because I can actually see them. But also, on top of that, I'm sending fake ones with this test follow here every 20 seconds. So that way I was able to I can keep developing and testing. But that's explained how I'm actually getting that data, which is pretty cool. So it actually works. I'm pretty freaking psyched that you just get that explosion and stuff like that. So I'm gonna add in the finishing touches with this thing, right? We're gonna add in like some more flair, and then we're going to actually put this on my OBS, and then we're going to move on to a more basic stream. We're gonna try to teach some simple HTML and CSS. So I'm not a fan of JavaScript, but this is cool. Trying to chug that lemon whiskey. You know it. It's vodka and whiskey. It barely tastes like there's anything in here, but apparently it's 9%. So 1 follow equals finished drink. Oh man. The early days of streaming are hard. You have to... Let's have a drunk stream. Except I drank all my beer last night, so it'll have to be drink whatever's left stream, and maybe I'll be drunk. That's the way I roll. Alright, so we also need to be like not just the name, but we also need what happened. We also want to put in, I mean, the username. We're gonna do username plus string as followed. Yeah, that should be good. What brand is that stuff? It's a thing called Fisher's Island Lemonade, and apparently there's an island south of Connecticut where this stuff is made. Yeah. So thanks for hanging around, Nat. I don't really know how to pronounce your full name, but thanks for hanging around. Thanks for the follow again. Maybe I'll see you. Maybe I'll see you later, man. You aren't drunk yet? Beer run time. I got 2 more of these bad boys, and I think like 1 more beer left. If I drink all of that before midnight, I should be pretty. So, yeah. Thanks for hanging out, Nat. Anti-Mac, what brand is that? Alright, so I actually looked this up earlier on stream, but there's a place called Fisher's Island, off the coast of Connecticut, and this stuff is apparently made there. It's 9% alcohol per lemonade thing, and it's actually pretty good. So, yeah. But you know what would be great right now? There turns out that Uber Eats is in my area, and I could go and get fucking McDonald's from Uber Eats. Maybe I should do that. Maybe I could ask the Uber Eats person, like, put in options, be like, hey, can you head by the liquor store? Pick up some shit. Pick up some extra hard lemonade for me. I don't think you can buy it at Hy-Vee. I bought this at the local liquor store. Alright, so we have the porridge eater has followed. We're gonna go back, see how that really looks. It'll show up. It will show up. Here's the follow. Porridge eater has followed. I feel like that needs a little less delay. Maybe we should make this 0.25. I think that's what we should do. We should also scale down the font size. 48. Let's make this 40. See how that goes. You still here, Terrence? Did I give you the burn? I didn't mean it, dude. We're gonna make this 7. This needs to be 0.25, 0.75, I think. See how that looks. Oh, I totally just fucked up my vision. Rip Porridge Otter. His name is the Porridge Otter. Whenever we connect to Mumble, the text-to-speech would always call him the Porridge Otter. Because that's the way it pronounces it, I suppose. Maybe it should just wait. Maybe it shouldn't have, fuck. You know what? We're going to try something different. We're not going to play it here. We're going to append it here. We're going to append it here. It feels like the animation timing is off, doesn't it? You guys are watching. What do you think? It feels like the text shows up too early in the GIF of the explosion. Missing what? Excuse me? Oh, I must have killed that by accident. Desire, take me higher. I honestly don't know the lyrics to Running in the 90s. That looks better, doesn't it? Thoughts? Thoughts? Questions? Comments? Issues? Inquiries? Comments? Questions? Concerns? Comments? Issues? Feedback? How does it do that? It blinked there for a second. Anyone want a duel? You know what, Terry? I will make you a follower notification that is Yu-Gi-Oh! Themed. How does that sound? Then would you no longer be mad at me if I made a Yu-Gi-Oh! Themed one? That like started off with, it's time to duel. And when it dueled, when it said duel, we'd have fucking cards happening with Blue Eyes White Dragon, maybe. I think I just got, like, everyone's interest with that one. I think everyone here is a Yu-Gi-Oh! Fan. Am I right? Alright. That looks good. I think that looks good enough. You can go first. Pot of Greed is banned, though. If Pot of Greed is banned, I don't even want to play, man. Fuck that noise. Alright. Let's try Bungie here for a second. I want to see how Bungie looks. Where's the link? Here it is. Because I'm weird and make the fonts show up this way. I want a toucan eat. I showed you. I showed a toucan eating berries. I showed that. Isn't that good enough? You were never mad? I don't believe you. You're a very emotional person. Ah! The fuck just happened? Why is it like Comic Sans? I didn't save, that's why. Whoever was suggesting Comic Sans, you actually got your wish there for a minute. Apparently that defaults if you only say if you say cursive. See, what do you guys think? That one? Programming it can be a hobby. Depends on what you like to do. Some people are pretty nuts in their hobbies. Like, I mean, like, some people do make robots and shit for fun. Some people do math for fun, man. That shit happens, believe it or not. So, we should probably also make the line height not fucking ridiculous. You could try out programming and make some simple stuff like your own website, or you could do like, you know, game creation as a hobby. You like the Comic Sans? That's just you. So what do you guys think? Do you think you like you guys think you like the audio wave or the... Yeah, let's go to Google Fonts. Fonts. This guy or... or audio wave. Wait, did I do audio wave over here? Yeah, I did. This needs to be Bungie. Oh, apparently there's more than just one Bungie, so it seems. All right. What do you guys think that? What do you guys like better, left or right? Audio wide +1. A Terrence Team's Nash Dragon 8 and 9. I could make a, I could make a Nash Dragon for one of these streams. All right, you guys decide which ones you like, which ones you think are cooler. There, I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick. So, put on a little bit of Mario Beach music while we're at it, huh? Maybe a little louder. AKA smooth jazz, I guess. So, which one you guys like better? Let me know. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back, dude. Alright, what's the verdict? No one cared to make a decision, huh? Alright. I'm gonna have to make the old executive here. Audio wide. We have 2 votes for audio wide and 1 vote for Bungie. Is that it? And then we apparently have 4 votes for Nash Dragon 8 and 9. Audio wide had 2. Alright. I guess we're gonna stick with audio wide. Am I on the right profile on my mouse? I think so. Excuse me. Nash Dragon in VR? Yeah. No. The day Nash Dragon makes it out of that 2D space is the day I no longer work on it. This is fucking up or something. Doesn't it feel like it's fucking up? With the opacity? All I'm supposed to do is fade in. What kind of answer is that? What answer is what? That I won't do Nash Dragon in VR? The day it moves out of the 2D space is the day I die? That answer? Because it's true. Nash Dragon is a 2D game forever. It needs a fade out. That's what it needs. Instead of just disappearing, it needs to fade out. What's the timeline for this thing? 3 seconds of playing nothing, and then 1 second of it exploding. And then at the end of that second, 3,500. After that 3.5 second mark, it creates this thing. Then at the end of the 4.5 second mark, it's there. Then it's there for about 4.5 seconds. So we need to make 4 seconds long. No, wait. It needs to be 4.5 seconds long. I'm gonna try to do this the easy way. The hard way is more annoying. Well, I'm gonna make it fade in and then fade out, fade back out, all in one animation. So opacity is 0, then it goes to 1, then it goes back to 0. That's the plan. The thing is, you have to make the duration a lot longer. So 4.5 seconds. That. Oh, this needs to be 50. This needs to be like 10. There needs to be like a 90%. Otherwise, what happens is that, like, if it was just 0 to 1 to 0, it'd like slowly fade in and then slowly fade out. What we want it to do is to fade in really quick and then stay faded in until we want it to fade out, and then it fades out quick. Let's see how it looks. If you're asking what kind of answer that is, it was a non-answer. Probably. I give a lot of non-answers. What? Oh shit, this needs to be a 1. Can anyone name the game that this music is from? Turn it up a little bit. Name that game. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-da. The fuck was that? It faded in, then faded out really weird. 80%? I don't know. Fucking know. You don't hear shit? Good fucking question. Maybe it's only me that's hearing stuff. No, you guys should be hearing this. Is that too low? Is that too much or too little? What do you guys think? This is Zelda though. Maybe it was just too low for you guys to hear it. Because my desktop audio can be pretty fucking loud. Alright, I wasn't paying attention to the animation here. You don't do Disney games? Link is Disney. Tyler. So that's so. See, it does that weird shit. It stays there for like a second. It needs to go longer. 5 seconds. I think I got the timing wrong. I think it needs to be like 5.5. Fuck it. Let's just make it 6. Deal with the fallout. You know what I'm saying? What was it doing? Apparently there is no Kingdom Hearts theme. There's only this shit. Fucking Japanese shit. Disney World. Wow, there are some real piece of shit memes on the internet, aren't there? Some fucking Mario Kart 8 for you. How come that faded out so quick? Because it just died, that's probably why. Double Dasher Riot. Double dash. I think this looks good. What do you guys think with the fade in and fade out animations? Yay or nay? I think that's pretty good. Alright, so that's pretty much what we got here. Fade in is bugged. It's kind of weird. It kind of blinks there for a second. I have no idea why. Oh shit, that was probably why right there. Just to be safe, I don't think this actually does anything because its opacity is automatically 1.0. I don't know why it does that. Flashes there for a quick second. Is it because it needs to have a starting opacity of like a 1? Is the music too loud for you guys? It's like moderately volumed for me. I'm still trying to egg out the details with OBS and the sound. Blinks right there for a second. I have no idea why. Maybe, you know what, man? Does it look fine without the opacity being like 0 at the beginning? So, like, fades in and out weirdly. The fade out part made it blink. So it had no flash, but it only faded to half. Alright, this thing goes on for half an hour. I think we need something new. I can only handle so much funky jazz. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, I can watch John Wick 2 for $5 on YouTube. Aw, shit, son. Will it blink? It blinked, didn't it? Didn't it look like it blinked or flashed or whatever? You sound too, bullshit for me. You know what, I'm gonna listen to that insane 8-bit track. The one with all the Legos. You guys know what I'm talking about? This shit's pretty nuts. It looks weird. I know. But look at this like animation they do with the with all the Legos. How cool is that? This is all done handmade in Legos, man. Even that background right there with the thumbs. All of this shit, man. It's all stop motion. I think the song is pretty good too. So, yeah, this song is pretty good, but the music video is nuts. Look it up if you want. 8-Bit Trip by Realm Dragledge. I don't know how to... I'm pretty sure they're European. Some way, shape, or form. Last Dragon Mobile. Implement mobile browser support. You tap to move. This flashes, doesn't it? No, it didn't flash. Weird. Alright, that's what we're going with here. Alright, so we're about to start the simple HTML and CSS kind of teaching shit. So I could make Pokemon notifications. I could. That's possible. So we're going to commit this. Take out the testing part. So we're gonna take this part out. It's no longer going to admit fake follows. We're gonna go here. We're gonna take out the play. We're gonna make it play. That's what I meant to say. Let's give it one more once over, because I feel like I might want to add some like Vegeta screaming ah. Thoughts on Vegeta screaming ah while the notification comes in, like ah. Thoughts? Any Vegeta fans out there in the audience? Yeah. I think that was pretty fucking sweet. Alright, we're actually going to kill that tile before it gets terrible. Alright, we're going to... We're going to leave this. Oh, wait, what? Did I fuck this up? What the fuck? Did I fuck something up? Let me just run it one more time, because I think I just fat fingered something on my keyboard. Fuck off, BattleNet. Can't give a shit. Make it Yajirobe instead of Vegeta. Who's God damn it. I'm not hip with the kids to know what that means. This guy? Is this Dragon Ball or Dragon Ball Z? I want this shit. Look how good that sounds! While he's streaming. This is what I need. I think I need that too. What are your thoughts? I think I need some Super Saiyan. Some powering up to go along with it. But I think we'll save that for another time. We're going to kill this. Alright. Is the stream like dying every couple of minutes? Because it seems like it feels like my internet connection just drops every couple of seconds. Yajirobe. I'm just gonna teach the very basics is what I'm gonna go with. I think. Like, here is an index.html. Here's exactly what the tags are doing, and here's how to make something that's super basic with just HTML and CSS. Here's what all these tags are. Here's what an H1 is. Here's what a P is. I think that's what I'm going to do. So, I'm going to do that for maybe an hour and some change. And then I'm probably going to... I don't know. Figure that part out. Do you know more about CSS? Well, it depends on... I mean, you can ask questions. I'm here to answer. Sure. If you have questions about the crazy shit about CSS, like... animations and transitions and using Sass, less stylus or shit like that, I can answer them, but like I'm gonna be trying to teach like the most simplistic parts. That's just like, you know, the simplest thing to get to even make like a website and how to even make that, even push that live to like GitHub pages or something. So, but right now I'm gonna deploy what I got for these notifications. I'm going to deploy these notifications, and then I'm actually going to set them up on my stream so that if someone follows, I'll get a notification about it. You know, it'll be fucking hilarious. Because who doesn't like explosions, man? Alright, so... we did that. I'm going to go to... This is where I'm deploying all my shit to. So... wait, it's totally building right now. So it's building and deploying my updated code right now. Alright, it's finished. Sweet. Ah, fuck. How will this work? It should still work. So redirect to here, but we'll go back to Lanzo alerts. Yeah. I'm not 100% sure if these will work, but we're going to do here is going to take this and close that window. we're going to add it to my OBS so that I will actually get these. (1920 by 1080). All right. Good. All right. All I need is someone to follow for it to work. But you don't have to, obviously. You don't have to. Okay, so what we're going to do here is we're going to start from scratch. I can actually bring my my shell into view for this. Anything that has to do with the shell, kind of ignore it, I guess. You don't need to... let me update my thing real quick. Alright, so GitHub. What is GitHub? GitHub is a place where you put the code and it stays up on the internet instead of having to move it between computer and computer, and also helps a lot with versioning. So you can tell that, like, oh, this is on one version and this updated code is on a new version. So what we're going to do here is we're going to make a new repository. We're going to call this like basic HTML, CSS, I guess. Basic stuff. Teaching on stream. Public. We'll initialize this bad boy with a README. We'll create it. And here it is. So, you don't really have to follow super along with the PowerShell stuff I'm doing here. I'm just using the CLI or command line interface to go through this. You could totally do this with a you could totally do this with like a Git GUI or something like that. And if you don't even have GitHub, that's fine too. So, I'm gonna go to my projects here. I'm in my project. So anything I'm kind of doing here, just imagine I'm kind of doing here. So I'm in my projects. Here's all my folders in my projects: Angular Webpack workflow, blah blah blah. We're going to do is we're going to clone this thing right here. Clone him so that it's going to bring down whatever's in here into my local file system, right? Yeah, I could do that. I could make a video for rewatching. I mean, it's kind of be technically up on a VOD, but I probably could. I'm not sure if I have the. I could fuck around. I can make it. I can make it worth it. So that's something I could do. All right. So now I have this basic HTML CSS folder from this project right here, right? And if I open up Atom, which is my text editor, if you don't know what a text editor is, it's a glorified Notepad. You've probably used Notepad once in your life, where it's just like, you know, it opens up text files that are UTF-8. So I use Atom. Atom is something that's made by GitHub. So if you go to atom.io, this is all it is a program that allows you to open and edit text files, and well, more than just text files, any file that's like UTF-8. For the most part. So like I use it to look at to edit my code. Some people use Notepad++, some people use an IDE. Like if they're working in Python, they'll use PyCharm. If they're using Ruby, they use RubyMine. VODs work too. Okay, cool. I'll try. If you have any questions, I'm willing to answer them while we go through here. So no problems there. But as far as text editors go, there's a ton out there. You know, there's also like Brackets. Open source code editor. There's also Visual Studio Code, which is also pretty popular here. This is actually built on top of Atom. Fuck, why would you do this to me? I can't call that off the top of my head, man. You kidding me? Integrated Development Environment. I knew DE stood for Development Environment. Integrated Development Environment. I never use the IDEs. So that's what that stands for, IDEs. So what the difference is between like just a regular ass text editor and an IDE is that sometimes IDEs will do more. Like they'll run the code for you and say, hey, this isn't going to work. Or they'll also highlight certain things that say, hey, you created this variable, but it's not being used. That's mostly what IDEs do. But we're using something super simple right here, which is just a text editor, which is just Atom. So Atom is free. You can download it from atom.io if you need a text editor. There's also things like Notepad++, which a lot of people also use. There's also WebStorm, which people use for JavaScript, stuff like that. So before we get that kind of takes care of that. So what we have here, basic HTML and CSS. So I'm gonna kind of paint a small picture right here for you. So when you have a website, when you first hit something that's like Google.com, what happens is that like you have your browser, which is like, let's say you got Chrome here. Oh man, that's bad. You got Chrome here, and you say, all right, bring me Google.com. It goes out to the server. This is like Google's servers, and barring all the really complicated details about load balancing and clusters and all that jazz, we're just gonna say, all right, here's a server, right? It goes to Google.com server, and then Google.com server returns an HTML file. Usually HTML files are, when they're at the root, they're called index.html, right? Index.html. And then that gets brought back to the browser, and the browser parses that HTML and then decides what to show you and how to show it to you based on what's in that HTML file. So here's our index.html. Whenever you're doing an HTML file, usually start with doctype HTML to declare what kind of file type it is. So this is a doctype of HTML. So, and then the next thing is HTML tags, obviously. So, right. And then, right after that, there's also the head. The head is the section of the HTML that helps the browser understand what this website is, what this web page is. So the first tag that's usually inside there is a title tag, right? And a title tag, usually it says something like, this is my website. The place where you see this the most is in this part right here. That's the top of the tab. This actually pulls from the title tag. So I can go ahead and open up, we're going to open this up here. You can see this is my website is right here up on the top of the tab. Because right here in the title tag, this is my website. I could be like, this is my baller website. And there it is. This is my baller website. There's other parts to the tab, like this part right here. This little icon, this is called a favicon, a fav icon. So this website, as you can see, as I'll type this in right here, view source. This Atom website has a favicon, favicon.ico. And this favicon.ico looks like this. And that's where this tab gets its little icon from, is this favicon. We don't have a favicon right now, so it's just displaying a regular ass, this is a blank page kind of thing. So that's what's happening right there. But the head is also a place where you can link your CSS. So not only does we tell what the title is, but we also do link rel equals style sheet. Style the CSS. Style.css. Alright. Before we get into styles or anything, I'm just going to explain that real quick. Alright. The HTML will tell you what is there. For example, paragraphs, headers, any kind of text. The styles, the CSS stands for cascading style sheets. The CSS will tell you how those specific things look. So for example, before we move on, I guess I should also mention, this is the next part of, there's like some tags are required in HTML, and if they aren't there, then the web browser will fill them in for you. So if I don't have a head tag, it will create a head tag. If I don't have HTML tags, it will create HTML tags. If I don't have body tags, it will create body tags. So the body is basically where the rest of the website goes. Anything that you would actually see on the website goes inside the body tags. So we'll type hello, right? And there it is, hello. Now, if we wanted to style this hello, we could use CSS, cascading style sheets. The reason why it's called cascading is that you could have, you can do a hierarchy to explain like what level you want styles to go down to. The syntax for styles usually goes along like this selects a tag, this selects a class, and this selects an ID. Okie doke. So, I'm probably getting ahead of myself here too, but let's start with something simple. All right, H1 tags. H1 is a header. It stands for header 1, which header type 1, which means it's this big. And then by basis and definition, every browser has base styles. So you look at this guy, it's base styles from the user agent style sheet, which is basically the browser saying this is what it's going to look like by default. It's displayed block, font size of 2M, and the default EM for browsers is 14 pixels. So this is technically font size of 16, so it's basically 32 pixels. So these are all the styles it gets right off the bat before you even tell it what to look like, right? So there's H1. There's also H2. Well, there's also H2. H2 has a different set of subset styles. So you can see it's smaller. It's only 1.5 M, right? You could also do H3. H3. You can move on down to H4. H5. Excuse me. And also H6. And as you can see, all of them have their default styles like in ascending order. So you have like, you know, big, small, down to big. So people use header tags to signify, to tell you exactly what like that like section of content on the page is supposed to be about, you know? So I could have, you know, like this section is about football or some shit, you know? And then right underneath that I could be like, you know, a bunch of stuff about football. Right. So, you might be wondering what these little P things are. That's a paragraph tag. Paragraph tag also comes with its basic styles, including some margins along with it. So there's that. You just come along. There's a P tag. Comes with its own default styles down there as well. Those are kind of the basic tags that most people learn when they first start doing CSS and HTML is header tags and paragraph tags. Now there's also other tags called divs. Now the most common tag that is really ever used is a div. A div tag is like the most generic tag you could ever make. It barely has anything to do with it, right? This div tag right here, you can see it doesn't have margins like this guy. It doesn't have any extra spacing between stuff. So I could put another one right underneath it, and it would look really close together because div tags don't come with default spacing alongside it. You see? Div tags are like the bread and butter of every developer because they're just like a blank slate. I can do whatever the heck I want without having to worry about what base styles are on these things. If I wanted to shift this guy around, if I wanted to style a paragraph tag, I would always have to wonder what those margins are doing and how they're affecting everything else along the hierarchy in the DOM. But these guys, they're just there. So divs are most commonly used over like everything else because they're the most malleable. So that's good. All right, so let's any questions on that kind of stuff? Let me know real quick. I actually am gonna go grab another lemonade. I know this was that was a lot of shit I just kind of threw at you. Got any questions? Type in chat. I'll answer them before I get back. I'm gonna go grab. When I get back, I'm just gonna grab another drink. Alrighty, and we're back. Put the floppies away. Alright, so now legit questions for the brief moment I was gone. Cool. Alright. This is also like the most basic shit we can probably get into. Alright, so, time to move on to, we could probably talk about block level versus inline level. So, inline level is any text that goes, any elements that position themselves as if they are in line with text. So a good example is the span tag. The span tag does not have the same blockiness that divs have because they're on the inline level. So this will show up down here. So I have I'm going to put two spans right next to each other, just like I put two divs next to each other, and you can see the difference, right? These two act as text, versus these two as inline. These two act as like block level. You see? These two act like text, and there's another couple elements that act like this as well, and that's the image tag. It's a good image. I guess. Actually, it's probably what, 16? Yeah, 16. Height 16 pixels. What we got here? Images also come in as inline. They are not block level, right? You can see how it's in here along with the text. I could throw another span right after that. It would still be inline. See? So, that's another quick tidbit. Most tags are usually block level. But there are some that are inline level, like these spans and these divs. So, try to keep that in mind. It's not too applicable for most things, but like if you had, let's say you had a whole bunch of text, and then you wanted a link in between that text, be like, bunch of stuff about football. Here's a link to a football thing. And now here's more text that isn't a link. And then, in order to do a link in HTML, you use an anchor tag, which is formatted like this. Right, like here is a link to a football thing. href ESPN.com or something, right? Anchor tags also appear inline and not block level. Right? This is how you link to other things. You use an anchor tag. So if I click this, this will bring me to ESPN.com. All right, I've got a question. I was golfing from the beginning, but I was listening. Don't listen to Sauls. Okay. We kind of just covered like super basic stuff. That there's certain tags like H1 and H2 which attribute for headers. Should probably put these. Should probably make these more generic and keep these here. Header 1. Header 2. Header 3. Header 5. The first thing I really talked about was headers. So, you remember the header thingies from Code Academy? That's good. I also talked about text editors and IDEs. So, I'll keep these header things so that it's easier to see. But you see these H1 through H6 tags, they all have their own base styles and they all look like different. Here is a bunch of text, and then here's also a link. Links are made by anchor tags. So here's an anchor tag right here that brings you to ESPN.com. You click that, brings you to ESPN.com. To get a real link to actual ESPN.com, we do that. In order to get a link to refresh. In order to get a link to actually go to a new website, ESPN.com doesn't exist. What the hell? It's not HTTPS? You what, mate? I guess they don't have HTTPS. That's weird. Go back. ESPN.com. There's that. So, that is what an anchor tag does. An anchor tag, which is attributed by A, brings you to other places on the internet. So, a lot of people can use them to go to relative URLs. That's kind of nuts to get into at the moment. So, we're going to keep to the simple stuff. I also talked about spans, which are inline level. So, you can see these two spans right together right here. They're next to each other without pushing the other one below it. Unlike these divs right here, which are block level, which will take up the whole space and push the other one below it. Spans, however, will go like right next to each other, along with any other inline element, just like an image tag, which is also inline here with the other two spans. So, that's good to know. What we're also going to do here is we're going to talk about styling. So, when you have these headers and stuff, say for example you don't like how the font looks, right? Now, most browsers, they come with fonts enough to get you started, and you can pretty much use any font that the browser has. So, let's say we want to make all the text on the page look like it is Arial, right? So, you can use the property font-family for that. Family Arial, right? Font family Arial. Then everything's Arial, right? But say for example, I just want header 2's H2 tags and only H2 tags to use Times New Roman. So I can do H2 font family Times New Roman. Put that in single quotes. And there it is. Only this thing right here in H2 is in Times New Roman. So that's how it does. So CSS, like I said before, stands for Cascading Style Sheets. Now I can add different ways to style this thing based on its classes and its IDs. So for example, on this one H2 tag, I can give it a class. And if I give it a class, I can use that class to style it differently. So I can do class equals bold. If I go over here and do .bold, I can be like font weight bold, which actually makes the font use the bold setting of that font. Oh, I didn't link it. That not work? Am I crazy? I think I'm fucking up here with the little style sheets. No, I wasn't before because this is working. Oh, because it's already bold. I'm an idiot. All header tags are bold by default. And I fucked up this shit, didn't I? You can see right here. Oh, fuck, come on. 102. This guy has font weight of bold right here, which is the setting that I put, but it also gets font weight of bold from its style sheet, so that doesn't really help us too much. We'll do something different. So if we want anything with the class of red, we will do color red. We'll give this the class of red. So if it has a class, it will turn it red. And now classes can be used between multiple. Can you try creating with basic Node.js? This unfortunately has nothing to do with JavaScript. We're not going to be doing like any JavaScript type stuff. However, I do a whole bunch of Node.js type stuff, including the notifications that I just started making with Node.js, and they're all up on. It's all up there on my GitHub. But yeah, I mean, if you wanna come back another time. I'm usually streaming with any kind of with Node.js in particular. So, what you can try create. Oh, okay. What you can try creating as like a step one, like if you wanted to try something out with Node. You know what's something that's super simple is making a Twitch IRC bot, which isn't pretty hard at all. If you look up the TMI.js package, which is this guy, this is a Node.js library that you can use to go into the chat, into Twitch chat. You could go into my chat right here that you're speaking in, and like you connect to examples. See, like you pass in. Oh, that's a fucking other thing. Configuration. That's what I was looking for. This is a Node.js package that allows you to go into. You tried Discord? Yeah, Discord's another thing because it also uses like sockets and stuff like that. I want to say Twitch is more simple because it's just like listening to events and doing stuff and chatting back. So this is kind of my first. Using this was kind of like my first journey into using Node.js. I did do stuff like this first. I did make a really easy chatbot. But doing something like this in Node isn't very hard at all. You get TMI.js, you pass in the features, you say, I wanted to join, hash the Lanzolini, and here's my username and password, and then you're off to the races from there. It's actually a pretty simple way to start with Node.js. But unfortunately, that's what our stream is about right now, so we're going to go away from that, and we're going to talk more about style sheets and styles. So, where were we? Anything classes can be used can and should be used for multiple tags. So, for example, I could put class equals red on this header 6 tag, and it's also red, as you can see right here. Now, IDs are different. IDs look like this. So I can do ID equals best header. This is an ID. IDs are supposed to attribute to one specific element. So if this, I give this the ID of best header, this should be the only element that has this one specific best dash header ID. And I can style that with the hash in CSS. So I could do hash best dash header, right? I can make this font size, let's actually do something easier. Color green. And now it is green. Green doesn't look that too good, does it? It's not very bright. Lime green is a thing, isn't it? Yeah, that looks better, doesn't it? Lime green. Right. Now, you can throw an ID attribute on multiple things, but it doesn't work out so well for the browser trying to interpret what's happening. Because, like, on the main browser scope, you have window dot at. I think this works. Yeah. Whenever you give something an ID, it actually attaches it onto the browser and says, this is the best dash header. Right here. This guy. And so you don't want to overwrite that, because if you add it to a next guy, it's going to overwrite this value. It's not 100. It's not super useful, but best practice for sure is to use an ID for one specific element and use classes for many elements. So, for example, what if I wanted to make a class called like huge, right? I'll make the font size 60 pixels. And I wanted to make some things huge, but some things are not. So, I can make this huge. I could also make this red. I could do class equals huge and green. Do I have a green class? No. Huge and green, huge and red. Huge and green, huge and red. So, as you can see, this guy, you can have more than one class. You can only have one ID. Theoretically, yeah. So it's huge red, huge green. So that way you can tack on a whole bunch of classes if you want to make your styles granular, so that you can assign some elements with like 5 or 6 classes to say exactly what's happening with it. That is how Bootstrap works. Bootstrap is like the CSS library that was made by Twitter. And in Twitter, you have some elements that have classes that have like a whole bunch of classes that just give it the very small details. Like, oh, this has the class of padding -15, so I'm going to give it 15 padding. This has the class of red, so I'm going to make it color red. However, that's really not done because it ends up being pretty bloaty at the end of the day. You have a whole bunch of styles and maybe you don't use all of them. So how it really works for application developers that are making like one specific thing, like we are and like I do every day, is you make certain things with their own specific classes, and you make them with their own specific IDs and style them that way. So you try not to make your classes super broad. The period is how you differentiate between a tag and a class. So you could have red, but red would be trying to apply the style to a red tag. I'm not even sure I could make a red tag. It might make it and then interpret it as a div or some shit like that. Red? So here is a red tag. Red isn't actually like a supported tag or anything like that. I just kind of made it up. But you can see it's here, right? And I do the red style right here, and I give it color red. And it will turn red. So this isn't actually being styled by the red class. So adding a period. Or actually, maybe I should make this. I should probably make this a little bit easier to understand. Mine. I don't know why it's going to be called mine, but it's going to be called mine. Mine. Mine? This is mine. Okay? This is my little div here. Mine's color is yellow. And because it is scoping off of its tag versus scoping off of its class. If I were to do .mine, that means it's going to scope onto things that have the class of mine and not the tag of mine, right? So this is no longer yellow, because the styles are looking for anything with the class of mine and not the tag of mine. But I could actually give this a class of mine, and then it would pick up the style. You see how it's yellow now? So that's how that works. And you declare those things in the index HTML with classes. So your class is red, class is huge and green, class is huge and red. And that is how you scope. So those are like the 3 different ways of scoping on CSS to begin with. There's also many other ways to scope certain things in CSS. So I'll give you one quick example, but we won't go further than that. Say this div has another attribute on it. That's not class or ID. It has an attribute of data-foo, and its data-foo is bar, right? This is like a custom attribute that I would use in my code if I wanted to do something. Yes, mine would be a tag, although mine is a tag that I just made up. So like, really you could use any tag you want. You could call this like that. You could call it whatever the heck you want. But most browsers kind of freak out if they see some weird shit. So here's a tag with like, some garble, right? But for the most part, if you look up like HTML tags, there is a list of like supported tags that you should be using for most things. So like you have some things that are like area, B for bold, body for body, break for single line break, canvas, center. These are all tags that you should be using when you create your HTML document. But you can make whatever tags you want, but it's not really a good idea all the time. Just to give you an example, perspective. Okay, so what was I doing? I was showing. Let's do hierarchy. So let's say, for example, we have header 1 with the ID of best header, and best header color is lime green. If I also give this the class of red, class huge red. We not make custom tags, or should we use divs with an ID? You definitely should use divs with an ID, because, for example, some mobile browsers will see that custom tag and be like, what the heck is this? I don't know what this is. I'm not going to render it. Some older browsers don't render that shit at all, or they might even break. So some things are weird like that. You definitely want to use the ones that are slated out to you from HTML. What's up, Hung Poodle? What's going on, man? But all right, so we're going back to this. So this header one has two classes. It has huge and red. Would I recommend Atom for beginners? I think it's pretty bare bones to get started with. All it does is open up files and color code them for you. So it probably wouldn't be too bad to get started with that guy. You could just like open it up and then like either open it with the CLI or just open up folders. It also connects to Git, so you can see over here like in GitHub these files are green because they're new. I'll talk about that later when I actually commit. But Atom isn't a bad place to start. I originally started using Sublime Text, so and that one's also really simple, just like this. And most people that I know, most developers I know, either use like an IDE like WebStorm, or they use Sublime Text and Atom. And I know developers that have been working for years and still use Atom or still use Sublime Text. So it's usually good for multiple years. All right, so back to this. We have this H1 tag. It has two classes, a class of huge and a class of red, but also has this ID. Now, if it has a class of huge and red, by definition, it's going to have its font size will be 60 pixels, and it's going to be red, right? But also, it has this ID of best-header. Now, like when you have this kind of conflict, you have one thing telling it to be lime green and one thing to be color red. The browser then decides, okay, which one is more important, the class or the ID? And it's going to choose the ID. The ID takes precedence over the class. The class takes precedence over a tag, and then there's a whole bunch of more other ways of hierarchical importance. But the simplest ones are this, right? Huge, red. So you can see this header. It has the class of huge, which makes it 60 pixels, right? But the color red gets crossed out because the best header ID says it's supposed to be lime green. So therefore it overwrites this red color and becomes lime green. So that's why this is happening right here. And now there's also other, let's get into children. Not kids, but child elements. So we can have a div right here. We'll call this parent. We'll have div class child. Parent, or child. Parent. So, I guess I could also, no problem for the info, Hung Poodle. No problem, man. You're gonna answer questions too. So, anytime you have a div, like you can write text, and you could also put tags inside of it. So I can add an extra tag in here if I wanted to. I can add in a whole bunch of tags if I wanted to. And then, let me fix that real quick. Come on. Excuse me. And then, even these children can have extra child elements. So I could put another... I could have a parent with a child and another child inside that. And that can go on forever, if you really wanted it to. So we can take a look at this guy. You can see parent, child, and child's child. So you can see the child, you can see this guy is, you can kind of see it over here. I wonder if this is too small for you guys to see. These are the developer tools. So what are we doing? We're going over very basic HTML and CSS, so that if anyone in the chat wants to know it, they can learn. Feel free to ask any questions if you have any questions as we're going along here. We're kind of just explaining how classes and IDs and styles and HTML work. So right now we're working on child elements. So right here is a parent. This is a div tag that has another div tag inside of it, and you can see it highlighting over here on the left. So you have this one that includes the parent, which includes the child, and this child includes a child. What do you do for work? I make fantasy sports games for a living, so I do a lot of front-end development, so HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. A lot of more JavaScript than anything else, for sure. Then this last thing right here, this is a child of this child. Now it makes it very easy to say, for example, I wanted all three of these things to be text align right. and all of a sudden they're all working on text-align right. Current job as a WordPress developer? That's where I started out. I started out as a WordPress dev. How do you get into that line of work? Honestly, what I did was I learned, I got a job at my university making websites, and I learned PHP and JavaScript, HTML, and CSS all through online tutorials and through my peers, and eventually got into it doing it as a full-time job. Do you want to learn how to program? I kind of already know how to program. Yeah. So like, I mean, by program I mean like I've made scripts with Node. I've made scripts with Ruby. JavaScript is technically, I guess, programming. So, thanks, on Poodle. If you followed, maybe my notification thing will work, because I just built it. So, yeah, JavaScript isn't programming. Well, you can run it in Node.js if you want. It's technically scripting in the browser. But at the end of the day, I'm still writing code that runs. So, tomato, tomato. So, we're moving on to, we're still on the hierarchy right here, right? And so, say for example, I wanted everything underneath a certain parent to have a certain style. So I can make this guy have text align right, and all this text is on the right, right? I could also give it color, red. So everything underneath it is red. I could give it font size 24 pixels. Oh, I fucked it up. And so everything underneath this is 24 pixels. You don't need your name popping up on the screen. I get it, dude. Thanks for the follow, man. It's good shit. It might show up. I don't know. I just finished programming it. I still haven't worked out all the kinks. But it worked when I did the dev of it. Might be broken. So, inheritance. Yes. Thank you. Parents and children and shit. Inheritance. So, this parent tells his children, hey, you're not only am I 24 pixels, you were also 24 pixels, and also you were 24 pixels. Do I do YouTube videos? Unless you like watching old school League of Legends shit. I could, no, I don't do anything like that. I try to like just stream as having fun with coding projects, but I feel like some people would have enjoyed doing like some basic stuff, so there was a little bit of call for it to learn some more basic things, because I was doing a lot of crazy shit. So maybe I'll my plan, I guess, is to export this onto YouTube, and I'll like once that's done, I'll also put it like under the description down here in case anyone wants to watch it after the fact. So once we're finished with this broadcast, I'll cut it up a bit, throw it on YouTube, so that'd be easy. Old school League, yeah, back with Pizza Feet, Mordekaiser and shit, back in the good old days, yeah. I got some old school League of Legends videos on my channel. Alright, so we've already established that the parent usually tells the children what to do. However, if you have in your styles that you want the, let's say, parent, for example, anything with the parent class has font size of 24 pixels. But then if you also said to the child of the parent, font size 18 pixels, that's going to get overwritten. Child. That is going to get overwritten. Let's actually make this a little bit easier to see. We're going to make this 36. And we're going to make this 20. It's a little bit easier to see. So you can see that anything that's underneath parent says, okay, everything underneath here is 36 pixels. Review Thug Pro on the podcast. Do you consider yourself an open book? How do you feel about all these questions? I feel like I'm here to help when it comes to coding. A lot of people come in here and ask for review, because like that's how I started. I'm all self-taught and stuff. I never got a degree from university. I just learned everything I could from my peers, from working and trying to learn through the internet. So I feel like I should try to help as many people as I can do the same thing, because I really like what I do now. And a lot of people that I knew in college, like they struggled with coding, and they struggled with going through the system like usual. And I don't know, maybe I'll catch somebody and show them this stuff, and maybe they'll follow the same path I did and like doing what they're doing with web dev instead of doing something else. So I feel like I got a significant amount of knowledge here that I could just throw out there, and I enjoy doing this stuff for the weekend, making fun projects. So, you know, I have no problem giving back and shit. So, good old internet, help me. I might as well help the internet. So, alright, so getting back to this. So, we have this parent guy here. This parent says the font size is 36 pixels. So, any children underneath them should have the font size of 36 pixels, right? So, but if I give a div a specific class to that, do I have a portfolio site? I do have my website, which is lanzo.space. I'll type that in chat. I should probably put that in my description. That's just got some random links in it. Anytime I have a project that I'm kind of proud of, I throw it down there. But that's where most of my stuff is. Yeah, I could link Bunnysplode. I made this as a demo for an Amazon Fire Stick. If you want to take a look at that too. It's pretty fucking OP. Use left and right to move instead of up and down, because I'm cool that way. Then use space to explode. Wow, space. Now that's an awesome TLD. Yeah. Hey, it was cheap. It was $1. Or the better version, Nast Dragon. Yeah, why don't you go ahead and link Nast Dragon? Let the viewers decide. Okay, so let's finally get through this. Okay, so a parent says 36 pixels, but you can also put, if you have a class on a child, if it's specific to that, if it's on that element, it will overwrite what its parent says for it to be. So even though the parent says it needs to be 36 pixels, because I have the class of child right here saying it's 20, it's going to overwrite that. You see how it's crossed out right here because it's being overwritten by the 20 pixels. And I can even go further than that on child here. Not very creative names, I know, but I can make the font size 12 pixels. And here it's overwritten even further. You can see right here it's even smaller because it's 12 pixels. And you can see the 20 pixels and the 36 pixels are crossed out. So, yes. Alright. So that's hierarchy and inheritance. So for the most part, like if you tack something on HTML and body, it will bubble down to everything else. Broken on HTTPS. Did you add HTTPS link? Thanks, GitHub. You need to add in your own certs if you're going to use GitHub pages. You need to like set that shit up, which I never did. And I'm pretty sure we never did for any of the Nast Dragon games. Sorry. Yeah. I wonder why, oh, that must be why. Oh, that sucks. I don't think I can. I can't show. Ah, oh, man, that kind of blows. I know why my follow alerts don't work. It's because I'm gonna need to unscrew that. My follow alerts aren't going to work through OBS because you need to be logged in for the follower alerts, and the OBS browser source can't technically log in, so that's why that's not working. You're loading the stats.js thing via HTTP independent as HTML, and it'll work. Yeah. Yeah, play all the Nast Dragons. They're good old fun. I'll make a JavaScript game one time on stream. I'll do that. If people want to see it, I'll do that too. So here's Child. We already went through that. So let's get on to actually building something useful. So I think we got like a good amount of the basics. There are 6 Nast Dragons. We did it as a joke, and because one of our friends only likes 2 things, NASCAR and dragons, and there's not enough games that incorporate them both. So, obviously we had to make our own. One last thing before we move on. There's also one more selector that I want to talk about, and that is the star. The star is everything. Every single element gets this style. So if I say, for example, font size, let's say something easy. Letter spacing 10 pixels. Not exactly the easiest, but So literally every single element gets this style of 10. You can see it on every single element, no matter what element it is. Even if it doesn't have any text inside it, it's going to get this 10 pixel letter spacing. That's what the asterisk does. People use the asterisk for some very small things, not something that actually drastically changes what you see. So, for example, when you're looking at a web page with a Mac, usually the font is a little fuzzier because you need to turn on anti-aliasing. So, on most websites, or most websites that actually give a shit, they will turn on a thing called WebKit Font Smoothing anti-aliased. Or they'll turn on -Mac-OSX font smoothing grayscale. They'll turn on box sizing border box. These are some basic things that they append to every single one. Yeah. I think doesn't include start after and start before pseudo elements. Could talk about those. Yeah, I'm not sure if it includes after and before either. I've never actually tested. I don't think so either. I mean, like, before and after gets literally nothing. They get nothing. But those are a little bit more advanced. We're not going to talk about those. So, like, if you're on a Mac, you'll notice a difference if these things aren't there. Box sizing border box helps things calculate a little bit better, so you're not kind of like messing up with margins and padding and all that jazz. Let's move on to some actual styling here, some stuff that can be actually used. So we're going to make a new file, new folder actually. We're gonna call a new folder. What should we call this? We'll call this pretty stuff. This will be pretty stuff. And like I said, with index.html, index.html, this is where it's going to look for first. We're going to do the same thing that we kind of did here. We're going to get all the same stuff. We're going to clear out the body, because we're not using any of this jazz. We're going to use new file. So this is going to look differently. So instead of basically this is what I could do /pretty/index.html. Here we go. Now we're kind of reset here with keeping our old stuff, because when I upload this to GitHub, I want to show some of the examples from here, and I also want to show whatever we're working on here. So, for example, let's say I was making an actual website. If I was going to make an actual website, like, say, for example, this is how Lanzo.space works. It's just HTML and CSS. There's no crazy JavaScript here. This is just HTML and CSS that's going on here, right? So, that's kind of what we're going to do here. Say, for example, we wanted to start with a website, okay? I have a problem with my computer. I'm currently running Windows ME and Pinball is not working. Any ideas what the issue is? Because Pinball wasn't on Windows ME, you dumb idiot. It was on XP. Good try, though. You dumb idiot. Alright. So, say for example, I'm going to try to use this in the most real application I can. So, if I was just going to start building shit, I would start off with a header, right? Hearing Cherry MX? Fuck if I know. I just spend money on keyboards and without even looking, because I'm that kind of a person. Let's look it up, though. I'm using an Overwatch Razer keyboard that was a promotion when Overwatch came out. That's not going to show up. No. That's what I'm looking for. Specs. Does it say what kind of keycaps they are? I want to say they're... What's the default color usually? Is like red. Wow, attacking the viewer. The real side of Lanzo comes out. Yeah, it turns out I hate Twitch viewers. But this is what I have. Yeah, the enter key. Are you not a fan of, like, because it's small, or is it, like, too small? Or not big enough? Or is it, like, weird to you? I don't know. I find it's pretty nice. This is the one I'm using right now. I have a whole bunch of other ones. Any orange ones? Yeah, but this is what I'm using right now. Alright, so back to it. If I was going to make an actual website, I would start off with a navigation or a header, right? So, I would say, like, I'd want to separate what's actually in my header. What I'm envisioning is what I envision for this, like, really quick website we're going to build is something super simple, right? We're going to have website out, contact, and we'll just keep it at about and contact. And here we'll have cat gifs. We'll have cat gifs all up in here, right? There'll be pictures of cats, and we'll scroll down, stuff like that. I'm not gonna draw a cat. I'm not gonna draw a cat. Okay? I'm not gonna. I've drawn cats before. You can wait until Extra Life for me to draw a cat, because I draw cats on Extra Life. I draw anything on Extra Life, so wait for that. All right. So this is what I'm basically gonna be working with here, right? This is what I'm gonna work with. So starting off in draw CSS and in pure CSS, draw cat and pure CSS for extra street cred. Can't I just plagiarize somebody's work on Codehead? I wonder if that CodePen cat. There we go. Yeah, this was definitely me, right here. 100% me. So was this one. Type here. One element. Yeah, people can make this shit with just CSS. Oh shit, did that just blink at me? Holy fuck. Wait. Hold on. Hold up. Oh. It blinks! Ah! It's fucking weird, man. I'll just steal this person's work and say it's mine. Yeah. Alright, going back to it. So, I'm going to have a header here, and I want to have the title. And the title is going to be my cat website. Or you know what? We'll just call it, we'll give it a funky name that attracts attention with a weird letter like cats. Oh, this streamer has fallen from the top ranks fast. Sorry, man. I couldn't take the pressures of being at the top. It was too hard, man. I couldn't fucking handle it, man. Cats. And then in here, what we're going to do is we're going to have two divs. I really want to use Flexbox here, but I'm not going to because it's a little too nutty. Yeah, I do like Flex. I love dogs. I have a dog. Ozzy, come say hello to the camera. He's asleep on my bed. I wonder if I can see him. Ozzy! 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 Come here. Ozzy! He moved. Ozzy, look. Come here. Come here, buddy. Come here. Come here. I feel like a jerk. He was all comfortable. Who's your good boy, buddy? Who's your good boy? Yeah? You a good boy? Who's your good boy? Yeah, he's a good boy. Next thing you know, Terrence Porgy is going to be saying that how I use dogs for attention. I don't actually like dogs. You'll try to shift the worldview on me. Love you, buddy. He's a good dog. I love him. His name is Oz. He's a white-haired terrier boxer mix. All right, back to business. So in here, we're going to be splitting up the left and the right of this header bar. The left just being the website, the right is going to have some links. So the right, we're going to have some anchor tags here. We'll do /about. Have been migrated to display grid now. Yep. Ever since I started to really understand how to use Flexbox, I've been using Flexbox all over the gosh darn place. He uses dogs to attract women. If only that were true. About and contact. About and contact. So right here, we're going to do class left. We're also going to give it the class of website title. We're also class equals header dash link. That's what we're going to start off with for a moment here. Okay? So, if we look at this, this is what we got. We got a class of header with the left side with cats, the right side with whatever, right? So, what we're also going to do is, before I move any further, I think I should also mention, so you see right here, like, remember what I mentioned that, that H1 tags have, like, default styles, like, they're always bold, they have extra margins, they have a bigger font size. A lot of people end up using a reset style sheet that takes all of that away. We're not going to completely do that, but we are going to do it to the body. The body does have default margins on it. You can see right here, its default margin is 8 pixels. You see this, like the orange there? Over here? We're going to take that off. And that's the only thing I really care about right now. So, body. Margin 0. Alright. Let's see. Do you use any pre-post processor for your CSS in production? Pre-processors, I've used Stylus before. It's okay. I mainly use Sass. I've used the indent style for most of my time developing, but also I've used like the traditional bracket style. Isn't too bad either. It doesn't really matter too much to me. Then we also use Post CSS to add in all the extra support for other browsers, and inlining images is also a fun thing to do. So I use that at work. So we kind of use both. So Sass is mainly what I've used for sure. Don't let the stream distract you from the fact that the Falcons blew a 28-3 lead in the Super Bowl. At least my tax returns, the public wants to know if you're hiding. I'm actually Batman. Yeah, Post CSS. Exactly. Post CSS is pretty freaking amazing. I really do like it. It allows me to be super lazy and not have to worry about fucking anything. Before I used, we used mix-ins for in Sass to do all the support for all the browsers. But Post CSS just takes care of that shit. It's pretty great. So I guess I can explain that real quick. So everyone knows there's many browsers. There's Mozilla, there's Chrome, Opera, and Internet Explorer, and also Edge. So sometimes one thing that's true in one browser might not be true in the others, right? So you could say things like, what's a good example? Whenever you put an input tag or a paragraph tag, let's go with a paragraph. Say for the sake of argument, a paragraph tag in Chrome gets 20 pixels of padding. In Safari, it gets 11.5 or some shit, and in Opera it gets 9.5. So some browsers work differently. when it comes to the more experimental things like transitions and animations, some of them add in the support, but with their own special tag. So Chrome is based off WebKit, so it uses the -WebKit. Mozilla Firefox uses -Moz. IE usually uses -MS-, so some things happen, but is it mean to ignore and explore when designing a website? Usually not, because nowadays, because of Windows 10, most people are off of like the old school internet browsers. So like you don't really have to support like IE 9 or earlier. You really only have to worry about IE 11 and Edge for the most part. But some websites are like, you know, oh, we want to cater to everybody, so we're going to support all the way back to IE 6. And like shit gets really basic when it gets back to IE 6. So what form of witchcraft do you practice? I use I perform black magic. If you look under the subreddit black magic fuckery, that's like 90% me. I mostly do all the black magic that's on that subreddit. All right. Anyway, so we're just gonna take off the margins here on body because that's a default thing. So you can see it kind of just moved there for a second. What we're gonna do here with this header is we're going to make dot header, which is going to scope everything inside anything under the class of header. Font size, we're going to make this you know what, I'm not going to make that what the font size should be this guy. What the font size should be this guy. 28 pixels. Now, if I do this, of course, it's going to scope to the other things underneath the header. Ask Javel McGee what 9 plus 10 is. Are you asking me to go to AskJeeves.com and type in 9 plus 10? Is that what you're asking me? But no. We're going to do dot left. What we're going to do here is actually, I totally forgot about like adding extra shit here. But what you can also do is you can use the same rule for multiple selectors. So if I wanted to have anything with, we have two classes here, right? We have left and right. If I wanted them both to have width 50%, I could do left width 50%, and I could also do dot right 50%. Or to make this easier on myself, what I could also do is dot left, comma, dot right width 50%. This will do the same thing as this, right? So I could do that. So I'm making anything with class left and class right. Width is 50%. And you can pass in pixel values or percentages. Percentages usually are attributed to whatever its parent is. So its parent is this header. Its width is 100%, which is the width of the browser, you see. So if I change this up, it's going to be this big. If I change it back up, it's going to be that big. So right now when I change it to 50%, you can see the blue part here, that's its actual width. And the orange part is the margin. So they both are 50% width, but what I want them to do is I want them to come next to each other like this, right? And in order to do that, there's a couple of different ways, but the most basic way that they ever really teach you, the most basic way that's ever taught, which I'm going to teach you right now, is using float. Float isn't really the best way to go about it. Nowadays, most people use flex to do such a thing because when it comes to float, I'll show you. When you float things, say for example, I want left and right to be right next to each other, I say float left. That will make them assigned to the left side, and then it'll bring the other one assigned to the left side right next to it. Because they're both widths are 50%, they're going to fit right next to each other. If one was 75%, the other one was 50%, the next one will get knocked down to the next side. Because there's not enough room in that 100% for two things that aren't half each other. So, fucking excuse me. I fucked this up with 100%. Uh-oh. Did I fuck myself around here? I fucked it up, didn't I? Well, forget clear once and your website is doomed. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to explain right now, but I'm fucking it up. A whole bunch. These are supposed to float. These two guys are supposed to float. I don't think... actually, I'm not 100% sure the percentages are going to work here. Use some thermal paste to fix it. Yeah, you're right. I'll just use some thermal paste. Oh, I'm an idiot. Yeah. I put float on the wrong element. That's why. Float should be on these guys. Excuse me, BattleNet. So now, this is what I was looking for. Sorry. I kind of fucked that up. So the parent doesn't need to be floated. The children need to be floated. So you see this guy is left. This guy is floated left as well. So that's where they show up. Pretty cool. But you could kind of tell that, like, alright, the word cats is, like, style-wise, it's just, like, it's just too close to the edge here. Right? So what I want to do is I'm going to give this guy, hold on real quick. You don't really need to know too much about this, but... We're going to give we're going to give them both padding. So, they both have padding now. See how they kind of just got a little bit pushed off? I'm just going to make this a little bit bigger. Oops. Not that big. That'd be ridiculous. They have a little bit of padding. So, the padding attribute adds an extra space for the element. Right? So I'm gonna do a quick side lesson here on the difference between padding and margin, because I could change this to margin. It's gonna fuck up some shit. So you can see it on the background here. Alright, so margins and padding. If you use margin, all it does is say, like, hey, other things that are near me, move out. I'm going to move out about 12 pixels from that, because the margin is 12 pixels here, right? I take it away, they come back. I decrease this down. Like, they slowly say, like, alright, things that are around me, like, come back in slowly, because, like, they're saying, like, I want 3 pixels of margin between me and other things, right? That's one way to say elements that make elements separate from each other, but there is also padding. Padding is slightly different, because if I say, instead of margin, I say padding, 3 pixels, it's different, because padding, I keep going here, right? And what padding does is it adds more, like, it adds more width and height to the inside of the element, right? So it adds in extra width and height, basically. But while keeping the inside of it, keeps the inside of it without, it adds in extra space for that element. So you can style it differently with padding. So I could also do margin 2% here. Knock down these bad boys down to 46. And now they both have padding. And they both have margin. So... The way that they are calculated is slightly different, but for the most part, they basically kind of say, like, I need extra space, right? So you can use both in conjunction to make it look like the elements have more stuff. So you can kind of see how it's slightly green right here. That's the padding, and you can see how its margin is this part, which is saying take away from the other ones. And because of the left and the right, there's like double the space here. Because they both are saying, give me margins here and here. You see that? They both have margin. So they're creating double the space between each other. So What we're going to do here is we're going to add an extra couple padding so it's not like right up against the edge. I'm going to take out this color white. There we are. So I want this to look like a header. Oh, wise man once said pip install pip. Dude, fuck pip. Fuck Python. Or maybe not that, but anytime I've ever had to use a package manager, which is pip, it's not been a fun ride, if you know what I'm saying. So, alright. What we're also going to do here is, oops. I'm going to set the font to something that's not Times New Roman, because serif fonts don't look amazing. Read your comments. Oh, sorry, I missed that. If you're on a date with Flo, the progressive insurance lady, what restaurant would you go to, and would there be a second date? Dude, she's got to rake in a ton of money. She would be my sugar mama. She makes like 600 grand per commercial. Fuck yeah. But I'd give her one of those dates to never forget. You know what I'm saying? We'd go whitewater rafting. Or maybe I would devise one of those crazy, like, romantic comedy things where we're stranded out in the wilderness and she learns to love me. Yeah. What's easy install? A Python package manager. And what's pip? A Python package manager. Yeah, Python doesn't exactly do packages well. That's for sure. Alright, we're getting back to it here. Font family. Arial. Arial. Sans serif. This is gonna make it not look weird. Alright. I told you I wouldn't choose a restaurant. I'd choose an authentic date that made me different from all the other people she's dated. I would make us go whitewater rafting, and then we would get stranded, and then she'd learn to love me because I'd provide for her while we were stranded out in the wilderness. Then we'd fall in love, have 2 kids, and I wouldn't work for the rest of my life because she makes bank working as Flo. 600 grand an episode, or 600 grand a commercial for that shit. Fucking nuts. Alright, back to it. Now, because I made these things float. No, I'm not drunk yet. Are you drunk yet? Because I made these things float, right? They move up next to each other. You can see the parent here. Now, this is something like quirky about HTML and CSS that just, I honestly can't explain it. Like, I haven't looked up the reason why. I only know how to fix it. So you can see the parent right here. Usually the parent calculates its height based on the children inside it. Now, these children both have 56 pixels worth of height, right? But the parent is not 56 pixels. It's actually 0, which is really weird. But if you add the property of overflow hidden, there's other ways to clear it, but this is the most simple bum-ass way to do it. It now has height. If you take out overflow hidden, it no longer has height. Height? No height. You see? So, we definitely want it to have height. And what we're going to do here is we're going to set the... what we're going to do here is... I'm trying to think what we want this page to look like. We're going to set the background color for the HTML. Looks like that. Slightly dark. Clearing with clear. I could do that. Yeah. You aren't drinking fast enough then? Yeah, I'm really not. Sue me. I got one drink left. But I'm feeling it, Mr. Krabs. I can feel it. Thanks. Alright. And we want the header to differentiate itself. So background dash color is white. See how it kind of separates? Now, what we also want to do is kind of give it a little bit of the old border. One pixel solid. And then we give it some color for the border at the bottom. So we give it a border bottom, so this parent element has a border For 1 pixel, it's solid, so it's not dashed. It's not a dash border. You could change this to dash. So border is another, you can see how it's dashed. But we want it to be solid. Most people use border do solid. Your dick is stuck in the program? Nah, shit, son. How did it even get stuck? I thought it was too tiny to get stuck anywhere. Hashtag burn. Hashtag Lanzo is great. See, maybe I've had too much to drink. Alright, so this has a border. Which is good, because it kind of gives us stylistically something to look at differently that separates it from the rest of the document. What is next? We want to separate, we want to show these guys a little bit better, instead of them being so big and bulky. So, we're going to, because they both have the class of header dash link, we're going to take that, oops, font size 18 pixels. See, those look a little bit better. They look a little bit more like. And then we're going to leave that for the moment there. And then we're going to work around with the body, with the rest of it. So we have this header right here, but we need cat gifs, right? We need some cat gifs. The way that this should work is that the header is always 100% of the width. And these guys are always 50%. So imagine looking at this thing on mobile. This 320 is like the width of the iPhone 4. So this still kind of works with the iPhone 4. But I'm not going to open up the can of worms that is programming for responsiveness. So for responsive design. So if I ever use Model View Controller, every day of my goddamn life, my dude. Next question. Alright, so we got that. Now let's add in the body. So, I'm not talking about the body tag, I'm talking about like where we're actually going to put stuff. So we're going to call this cat's body, I guess. So this is where all the content is supposed to go. Where do babies come from? You like web forms better? What do you mean, because fuck JS? Yep. Well, try doing anything cool with web forms. Literally, anything cool comes from JavaScript and CSS. Anything cool on the web. What the fuck do web forms do? Take your email address? Yeah. That's what I fucking thought. Alright. And here, we're gonna put in some cat gifs, alright? But in order to do that first, what we're going to do is cat's body. You want this to appear like it is the main place for everything. Web forms has yes, it's generated for you. Yeah, technically, I guess. I mean, your whole browser is running JavaScript. Technically, if you want to be technical about it, but you're never actually running anything. You're never writing your own shit. Every time you go forward and back, and every time there's you click on a link, shit's a little different. You know what I'm saying? All right. Cat's body. Now, the normal width of most websites, they usually default down to 960 pixels. Like, if you look at the 960 grid system, you see this right here, this extra gutter space on the left and right? This is the gutter space after this right here, which is 960 pixels. Which people have found out from some golden rule or some bullshit that 960 pixels in width is very good for the eye to see, right? Honestly, don't care too much about it. But as far as I know, 960 pixels is a pretty great place to start when it comes to showing the inside of your website. So just like our website that we're building, this also has a header that is 100% width. You see how it follows? 100%. But the rest of this right here, which is 960 pixels, and the rest is just margin. It's pushing everything else out, right? But this main part is 960 pixels, which is the same thing we're about to do. Okie doke. Okie dokie. Cat's body, width 960 pixels, margin top 12 pixels. We're also going to put in some text. So, you know what? I'll restart you. Fucking bad on that. I'll also margin top auto 0. I'll explain that in a second. Background color. Sorry, I feel that bit grabs. Why isn't this? Oh, margin. Right. So here we are. People have found out from some golden rule or some bullshit that blank it's settled. That's how I start every presentation I have to give for the rest of my life. For hundreds of years, people have found out that sacrificing blood to the blood god or some bullshit is the way to do websites. Agree or disagree? What is the best way to train your Magikarp and Magikarp jump? Is to get really, really, really stoned and actually play that game, because it's impossible to play it unless you're strummed out of your gourd. It's easy for resolution purposes. Purposes? Yeah, if you're bad at resolution purposes. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, just using HTML forms is fine. Yeah, definitely. If your app just requires that, then sure. But if you're making a web app that has that you want to have more features, like you want certain things to pop up or go away, if you check a checkbox or not check a checkbox, if you're typing into an input field, you want certain things to show up. You know what I'm saying? You want things to change if you're typing into an input field. What's a good example? For example, if you're making a new account somewhere, a lot of the most major, like, newer websites, you start typing in, and, like, as you type in, it will start saying, hey, this password you're typing in is less than 10 characters, and 10 characters is our minimum for passwords. And you need JavaScript to run to tell you that, like, every time someone types, I need to check to make sure it's more than 10 characters. If not, I show this message. So you need JavaScript for stuff like that. So even for forms, if you want the better versions of those forms, you're going to need JavaScript for it. But if you're bad at resolution purposes, then you quit your job or your internship. Validators. Gotta validate. Validator's gonna validate. Hater's gonna hate. Am I right, guys? Am I right? Alright. So we have this guy right here. This is our body, right? So it's kind of separated from the left and from the right and from the top. So you can see it kind of like keeps in line there. Which is good. Good. We're also going to toss on an H1 saying here are some cat gifts. Look how big that shit is, alright? But even so, we look at this and it's just like too close to this. So we also need to add some padding onto this bad boy as well. Padding 10 pixels. That's the way to go. I'm just gonna make that 12. Doesn't matter. Cat's body. Padding. So that the text content on the inside also gets kind of pushed out. Can't quit your job if you're unemployed. Am I right? Am I right? Am I right? Alright. Now, when it comes to titles, we also don't want the text to be aligned left. Probably better if this thing was aligned middle, right? Or aligned center. There is a CSS attribute for this called text-align. Center. For the most part, when it comes to CSS, like, I don't remember every single CSS rule. They all just kind of come to me because I've worked with them for so long. If you ever need to look this stuff up, the internet's there. Just Google it. Like, how do I make text appear in the center? So, there's like a knocking sound. Is it me? Am I making the knocking sound? Web forms are like half HTML, half C#. Web forms are half HTML and half whatever programming language you're using. So. What are you talking about? What sounds? I'm not fapping. Yeah. I don't know what you're talking about. Man. Yeah, Stack Overflow is... Every developer uses Stack Overflow. Yeah. That's because I don't have... I usually have an arm that attaches with a shock mount, but I have all of my... I have literally all my equipment is at work right now. So, like, all my arms, my pop filters, all that jazz. I usually have more of a setup here because I also do podcasting. Tree. All right. So, text align center is a way to... You could... Text align tells things if they are center and, you know, justify left and right. But for the most part, people use it to specify left, right, or center. So, we're going to say this guy, this H1 right here. We're going to give that a class name. Cat's header. Text align. That's what I was doing. Text align center. That will make it show up in the middle of its element instead of to the left or to the right. So, and voila, there it is. Now, the next section of this index is that we want to have some cat GIFs. So, if you guys want to find some cat GIFs and show them in chat, that would be great. I'm not sure if I have links allowed. Actually, I have no idea. I think pretty sure I do. Chilling videos. Yeah. Pulling a Loco Doco jerking off on stream. Did Loco Doco actually do that? Is that why he dropped off the face of the earth? Actually, I probably wouldn't know. I don't pay attention to League anymore. Alright, so if you guys want to find some cat gifs, that'd be great. I'm going to grab my last and final hard lemonade and use the bathroom real quick, and then we'll get into linking to other pages. Alright? Cool? Cool. I Steam messaged me. Wow. Here you poop. Just thought I'd let you know. Bought some bread today and found I didn't have a toaster. Well, you require a toaster to actually eat bread? This isn't a cat gif, but I'll take it. Sure. Got another one too? Alright, hold on, let me add this one. So because these are images, we're going to use the image tag. Right? Like so. Wait, that's not going to work, is it? We need to embed technically, so we need this link. Because we can't link to the page, we have to... Oh, what the heck? Excuse me? That's what we're looking for. Okay. This shit's just stupid. We'll use the cheeseburger one. We'll also look up cats. Tickling your ivories. Am I right? I'm up in your piano. Tickling your ivories. Oh god, what the fuck is this shit? This is some weird shit. I just wanted cats, not cats. Copy image address should have worked, right? Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. The first one didn't load because it wasn't right. Oh yeah, because it wasn't right. The one. Fuck, dude. This shit out of here. I'm not putting fucking. I'm not putting twerking Master Chief. I'm sorry. I'll go through a lot, but I won't do that. I'll do anything for love, but I won't do that. That is a broken link. It doesn't seem to want to fucking work, but it totally works here. But I have to copy link address and maybe put that in here. Maybe that's what I was looking for. It's still not what I'm looking for. Fucking Giphy. Just give me what I want. Magikarps only. You don't have to close image. Yeah, but try not closing image when working in React. You get fucking... You get accustomed, man. You just fucking... It happens. I don't want to stop clicking on that. View... Oh my god. Okay, oh dear. If you take the slash off, will that still break? No? Will this work then? So it wasn't actually on Giphy? I'm confused. There we go. Alright, mine is nicknamed the Lanzolini. If you have your Magikarp is nicknamed the Lanzolini. Alright. Touche. Magikarp. Yep. Even though the title says cats, it's going to be Magikarps. Now, here we are. Where's his name? Craig? Probably because it dies a whole bunch. Alright, now we have all these GIFs. Not all of them are of cats, even though it says here are some cat GIFs. That doesn't really matter. What matters is that they are images. And what we want to do is well, at least what I want to do is stack them one on top of each other instead of having them be displayed inline next to each other. So, what we're going to do is we are going to say all image tags are display block instead of inline. So that's what we're going to do. We're also going to give them all class. What's a good way to do this? Cat's body, I guess. I don't think I've talked about this yet. No, I did. No, I didn't. So you can select elements based on their parent, right? So I could say all image tags that are underneath cat's dash body image. This is how you select all image tags. I should probably make this bigger. All image tags underneath that are children of the parent class cat's dash body. Oh, no wonder why it's brown. The Magikarp GIF has some AAA animation. AAA. Only the highest quality of stuff here. Am I right? Alright. So, for these, to make them stack on top of each other, we're going to give them display block. Here it is. Now, there's also one other property that we can use to make it use the attributes that we want of text and block. So say, for example, we want to put these in the middle. We could use margin auto. Or we could make them all display inline dash block. Like so. And then we can make cat's body text align center. Because it's inline dash block, it will get those text align properties, so it will be in the center, like so. So this way, it will automatically toss itself and say, like, hey, this is what's going to happen. They're all going to fit on the same line. If you can't, push it to the next line, and then stay blocked. So, this is what's happening. Isn't that great? Maybe we should add some more GIFs, but here's the deal. Yes. Alright. What we should also do is add a home. Home. Shit. Oh, that's the relative link. That'll be fixed once it's deployed. I wonder if I have WS. I don't know why I do that. Oh, what the fuck? It's not what I wanted. Oh, I'm in the wrong place, of course. I'm an idiot. I wanted to make a easy web server, but I did not. This is so much easier on Unix. So, all right, this will work once it's actually deployed and shit. So, who really cares? Alright, so index, we have our cats and stuff, but what we also want to do is add in an about section and a contact section. In order to do that, we also need to have these things linking to the correct place, because we're off of /index.html, which is just slash, and then anything slash pretty brings us to index.html, then /pretty/about should bring what we need to have there is an about folder with an index.html. Now, for the most part, we can copy what's here and put it here, and just take out what's out of the body into should probably, let's see, how should I do this? This would be a good opportunity to teach you guys about inline styles. Eat those nasty, more like eat those nasty steaks. Copy and paste programming. You know how it is. That's how it works. This is the about page, right? So we're going to change this to about. Got to keep these the same. Be like, this is the about page. I am. I'm going to put everything in paragraph tags here. to kind of demonstrate paragraph tags. I am a person who likes a very specific subset of GIFs. Those that include cats, those that include Zoidberg, and those that include Magikarp. That's how you spell it, right? And we'll also add don't judge me. Right. Indeed. So instead of having a style sheet that we link off to, what we can also do is create a style tag. This will do the exact same thing as having that, except it will be in line. There are other benefits to having it being not inside a style tag here, but we're just going to explain it as an alternative way, right? So, we're going to do the same shit that this was doing. Yeah. All this badass shit. We're going to paste that inside here. And that will work the exact same as it did with, not be a slush bot, with this page. And here we are. The exact same styles. If I didn't have those styles in there, then it would be just as weird. It wouldn't have any styles on it. So, here we are. This is the About page. Go to the, and let me go to the home, and here's the home page, and here's the About page. We're going to do the same exact thing with the contact, I suppose. Exact same thing, contact. We'll leave something stupid like this was a demo for stream. Alright, dude. Thanks for tuning in, Corrupt. I'll see you next time. Next time we do this stuff. This is demo for a stream. Very simple. Full static website with HTML and CSS. That'll be the About page. And let me do I should probably put this on the contact page or the About page. This is the About page. Contact. Alright, so say for example, another quick tidbit is linking in email addresses. So have you ever clicked on a link that was like, email us here? And you click on it and it opens up your default email client, right? And the way to actually program that in is pretty simple. So for example, I said like, contact me via email, anchor tag, href. What you do is you add the mail to colon and then add the email address. And also say like, you know, the lanzolini@gmail.com. This link, what you can do right here, the mail to part, tells your browser saying like, hey, what you're about to click on is an email address. Take whatever the default program on his computer is of the email client and open up a brand new email to send to this email address. You see? So, we're going to go to /contact here. If I click on this, it's going to open up my default mail browser. So it says like, you know, it's going to ask me all this other bullshit. Where's my box? I don't even know what I have here. It opens up thelanzolini@gmail.com because that's the one I added in. I could add in asd@asd.com. And it will open up a new email to asd@asd.com. I'll never put an email address in my source again. I've gotten so much spam out of that. Really? I've never had that kind of an issue. I've put my email address all over the place. But I also have like a whole bunch of filters and shit like that. So anything that's even remotely close to some scummy bull crap, it goes straight into the filter and I never get to see anything like it again. So, I don't know. My websites aren't even popular enough to get hit by bots. So, yay me. I guess. Great. Alright, more lemonade. Alright. So now that we have all this together, what should we do with it? I think we should put this into a situation where it can actually be available. So, what we're going to do here is grab this. Now, you don't have to pay too much attention to what's going on here. This is all just Git stuff. So, I'm just going to push this up to GitHub. GitHub dash add dash A. It just makes me add everything to be staged, and then I say git commit, add a append it with message, and say initial commit, git push origin master. Right. Now I can do some other. Stuff. I can do git. I'm not sure if this will work completely. We'll find out. Git checkout dash B, gh dash pages. So every GitHub repo, because this exists right here. Here's all the stuff that I just wrote. Right here's all the code. GitHub.com/thelanzolini/basic-html-css. This is where all the code is I just wrote. Now, every GitHub repository being like a collection of code, every single one has the support to have its own little website after it. GitHub added this support in so that everyone could have a very simple static website for their code, for their project, for whatever. So, for example, my basic website, which is somewhere around this guy. This thing is actually just HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. It's just like simple static stuff. This is my lanzo.space. Right? This is everything in here. Class of link and stuff like that. And here it is, class of link. Here's all my stuff, my Twitter, my Twitch, the T-Force. Twitter, Twitch, tweet, T-Force right here. All that jazz. We are number 1.jpg or .mp3. Yeah, that's uploaded. Oh, where is that uploaded? That's uploaded under Lanzo Alerts. Right? No, not Lanzo Alerts. Extra Life Alerts. If you want a simple exposure to, so for example, I guess, because GitHub gives you web pages for not only your user, which is for me like the Lanzolini, they also give you per repository. So this repository is Extra Life Alert. So if I went to thelanzolini.github.io/extra life alert, this would render to this, to my Extra Life Alert thing. I added a specific domain name, which is lanzo.space, to go here. But theoretically, the username.github.io would also go here. But yeah, it's just it just hosts static assets. So we are number 1.mp3 is right here. Yeah. Great, huh? That exists under there. Extra Life Alert. That was something I made for Extra Life that actually works pretty well. I'll take it. Yeah. Okay. What's next? We're gonna push this stuff to GitHub Pages. So, if you create a branch called gh-pages, that repository will automatically get its own little static web server. So, which means that a web server will be created for this folder here, which includes this index.html and the style.css and these folders and their subsequent index.htmls right there. Right? Good. So, we're going to get, we already can check out branch gh pages. Git push origin gh-pages. A little bit of authentication. There it is. Now there is a new branch up on GitHub with gh-pages branch. And this is all pushed up right now. So if I go to lanzo.space / basic-html-css, here it is. Right? / pretty. Here we are. About. Fucking never mind, apparently. Did I fuck this up somewhere, somehow? Oh, that would be why. Ew, I forgot to do that. Ew. Ew. It's not / pretty. / basic. Basic -html-css / pretty. I forgot the extra root there because I wasn't thinking about that. I think it was going to be root. Alright, so we're going to do this and bring this here. Same for these places too. Because like these are relatively like hard links to go from /, so that means that they're going to be / whatever. I set these to just /about pretty /about. They need to be / basic HTML CSS / pretty /about. If that makes any sense. But that's easily remedied. So I did that. Git commit. Oops. Fix nav links. Starting to feel it, Mr. Krabs. You know what I'm saying? Too much hard lemonade. I'll pull this shit in. Alright. So up to date here on master. I fucked it up? I did. My hands, they accidentally fat-fingered an extra. Oh, my fat-fingered another one again. Yeah, there we go. Sorry. Okay. Now that should be fixed in a timely manner. See, here we go. About and contact are all working. So here's our test where I kind of just did the simplest I could possibly do to show like a really easy and simple. What the fuck? How was that working a second ago? But not here. Did I fuck something up somewhere? Wait, what? We just got there for a second. Here we go. And here's that really simple, super simple static website that I made. So there's definitely a whole shit ton more that you could be doing. Whole shit ton more to learn. But this is like the basic, like here's some HTML, some CSS, some whatever. Here's the stuff that I was explaining before. All of this code is up on GitHub. basic HTML and CSS. If you're following along with this video, I guess it's just you go to github.com/thelanzolini/basic-html-css, and you'll find out all the source code that we are fucking around with. If you have any questions, feel free to say it in chat, or email me, or check out the Twitch channel, or whatever. I'm just gonna be doing this stuff. I think every Friday. My goal is to just to stream this stuff for fun, I guess. I made a pretty badass follow animation, but it got kind of fucked up because I totally forgot to account for actually logging in with like OBS, because you can't actually log in with that. So I'll give a quick demo right here before we pop off. What's a good one? We're looking for Lanzo alerts. We're going to back up out of here. NPM start that bad boy. So in the past we have worked on this, which will show up in about 10 seconds. And we've also worked on another alert in this project, which I will show after this one shows up. Oh fuck, I need to restart it. Improper off. Eat a dick. Oh, this must be a new PowerShell instance. It's gonna have a client ID to go along with it. That makes sense. Okay, here we are with the follow alert that we made tonight. There's still some things to work out for sure, but this is the follow alert that we made. That's pretty fucking crazy, is it not? For a follow alert? I mean, that's pretty fucking hilarious if you ask me. Alright, and there's also... we made this last week. I streamed the making of this last week, which is also pretty fun. Doing all the animations and the timing of it all. I did most of it off stream. I did a good part of it off stream, though. If you're familiar with Overwatch, you recognize this immediately. This is Zenyatta. This Discord orb goes one way. Harmony goes the other. Yeah.
I humbly accept.
Yeah. Stuff like this. My plan is to stream every Friday for like, 4 or 5 hours. Stream HTML, CSS, and maybe some games depending on what's happening at the time. I think like 2 weeks ago I did some I did the Crash Bandicoot remake. I actually just bought Kingdom Hearts remix and all that bullshit, so I kind of wanted to play through the first one because I never really did. Yeah, I plan on streaming that stuff at some point. But yeah, if you enjoyed what you kind of saw here with the me teaching, if you have any more questions, feel free to email me, thelanzolini@gmail.com, or say it in chat, whatever you want. I'm going to be doing next stream. I'm going to be working more on these alert stuff. Probably making some more custom alerts. And then after that, maybe some more basic HTML, CSS stuff. Because our little shitty website here doesn't have enough, I don't think. I think this needs more to demonstrate what's happening between multiple stuff. Multiple things, inheritance. We didn't really talk too much about hierarchical selectors because there's things like dot this thing, that thing. You can also add as many as you want in here. We didn't talk about attribute selection, which is like, you know, doing brackets and saying like href equals $sign equals this. You know, there's a whole bunch of other shit you could be possibly doing to select things in CSS. So we barely scratched the surface. So there's a lot of stuff left to do. But if you enjoyed what you saw tonight, I mean, hit that follow button. I sure appreciate it. I'm sorry I fucked up with my alerts, so they actually don't show up if you follow it. But if you do follow, I thank you very much. And I will see you next stream. Thanks for tuning in, guys. Again, any questions? thelanzolini@gmail.com, or go to lanzo.space, and all the information you could possibly probably need is there. Other than that, have a good night, guys. It was fun streaming with you. See ya.